Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. We've got no countdown. We've not got no opening song. None of that stuff. We're just going right on into it. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Everybody who popped on in. We haven't played this in a hot minute, and we are very excited to bring you the new game, the new campaign, the new story, the next chapter in Call of Cthulhu. There will be some a little bit of shenanigans if you followed the other two or if you've watched them on YouTube, which are some of our most watched actually RPGs on YouTube is the Call of Cthulhu games. So yeah, it should
Oh,
be
nice.
interesting. Should be very interesting to see where the story goes and maybe be introduced to some new characters here. Of course, all of you who are regulars on here will recognize every single player that you see here because these are some of our most regular role players on some of the other games. So we will be doing that. So I don't think I have a whole hell of a lot else to talk about. So I'm just gonna hand it on over to Rachel, who is running the Call of Cthulhu game.
All right. Well, I don't have a whole lot either. This is Call of Cthulhu 7th edition. So
Thank you, Toasty Toesies.
after a great start.
Off to a great start.
Um, so this game is partially we're going to be dipping our toes into the Mansions of Madness book. With one of their modules. I won't say the name just yet, just because spoilers. And then the first part will be a lot of stuff that I actually put together. So I hope you all enjoy. I'm gonna do a little bit of a recap from the previous game. We played a module called I, Darker Than Black from Doors to Darkness. And in that module, our players were looking into a new drug substance that was coming into the city of Arkham. And the hard part about it is that the drug wasn't actually technically illegal because it was a new substance. Turns out it was part of the blood of an old mythos god, and it created a monster that ended up killing one of our players, David. So we're going to start the scene a little bit. And I think what would probably be helpful, I'm kind of putting our players on the spot, but if everybody can kind of go around and just introduce the name of your character, and then if you are related to anybody that is also on the stream. And some people are playing new characters, so if you need help from me, feel free to raise your hand. But if we want to maybe get started with Betsy.
Yeah, Matt, I'm playing Betsy Wilcox. She is David's mother and is married to I'm trying to remember. Oh, give me a second to scroll up.
William.
William. And she is a nurse as well as an outdoorsy woman, grew up in the woods of Pennsylvania, did some time with the Red Cross, learned from Clara Barton kind of how to be a nurse, and has since then moved to Arkham, fell in love, raised two rambunctious boys, and is now dealing with the fact that one of them has died before she has.
All right. And I think we'll just keep moving down the line. Stanley.
Hi, I'm Monkey Swag playing Stanley. Uh, Stanley is a young man of 25 years of age. He has is a fledgling uh, amateur moving into professional boxer. He was born in Boston and currently lives in Arkham with his wife Daisy. Stanley has recently, within the past year, begun to learn, unfortunately for him, about aspects of the mythos and the occult, and it has done severe damage to his sanity. In this time, he's had colleagues or friends go insane. He's seen people killed, and recently his friend David has passed away, which he is coming to terms with. I think that's it for Stanley.
Okay. And William is a new player to this group.
Hello, I am Brian or Rockheim, depending, and I'm playing William Wilcox, the husband of Betsy Wilcox, and the proprietor of the Ye Old Magic Shop in downtown Arkham. In fact, I was very proud of my son who had very much stepped into my shoes, so to speak, to become a wonderful performer and magician, but unfortunately, he passed away. And right now, we're primarily focusing, me and Betsy, on trying to deal with that loss.
Oh, thank you, William. And then Father Stephen plus a new character appearance.
Yeah, I am playing two characters today, and I think I'm mostly just kind of starting as Father Stephen, who is the regular character of the group. One of the originals, Father Stephen Szapowski. He is of Irish Polish descent, but he was mostly raised in the U.S. and he is one of the priests here. He's not one of the main priests, but he does a lot of outreach and community work for the church, and they employ him to continue doing that outreach. So he kind of gets free reign to kind of just do whatever the hell he wants, but he does do a lot of good. He's very open, and while he has a very peaceful demeanor and he cares about everybody regardless of what they do, he does also volunteer down at the gym where Stanley works out and does exercising and boxing routines and practices and helps people with training and cleaning and stuff. So he's no slouch when it comes to physical conflict as well. And he's kind of somehow lucked out in the sanity department. You may see the stats here. These are not actually his stats. His sanity is actually still the highest of the group, including some of the people that are new, just because he's had good rolls and lucked out in a lot of the sanity rolls. But yeah, and that's Father Stephen. Do you want me to jump to the other character, or do you want to wait?
Why don't we wait?
Okay.
And then Chris.
Hello. Janai playing Chris Parker. She is a professor of geology at whatever the college is. I don't remember what it is.
Miskatonic.
There we go. Yeah, Miskatonic University. She's somehow still sane, and I'm not really sure. But here we are. I don't think there's much else to say about her for now.
Okay. Great. And then Melissa.
Hi, yes, I am playing Melissa. She, her sanity should now be at 55 because I did that right before stream, so you might not have gotten that updated. She came very close to going insane, is very she's a scientist, so she's very focused on the facts, and this, the unexplained is not sitting well in her world.
Fair. Yeah, I think overall with these series of games, we've had one character death and one permanent insanity.
Yes.
So doing good. You guys have survived. Before we get started, just kind of a caveat, this is a horror game. So there are trigger warnings, obviously, death, smoking, drinking, drugs, kind of almost anything horror you think of it, monsters, it might pop up in the game. So just a caveat before we get started. But I think if we're all ready, so we will begin.
Let me update William's stats here real quick.
So our setting is Arkham in the 1920s. Winter has just ended and it is just turning over into spring. The cold grip of winter has released its clutches on the city of Arkham as nature begins to thaw. There are no whispers of spring's hope. Instead, gray rain clouds turn in the sky, blocking out the feeble morning sun. The damp chill of rain seeps into the bones, its cold, wet fingers pulling at the very soul. It's early morning, there's little warmth to offer, which is fitting for today. The small chapel outside of Miskatonic University looms like a shadow in the mist. Its steeple a silent witness to the somber procession. Mourners shuffle along the soggy, uneven path behind 6 men bearing a wooden casket. Its dark, stained wood, a stark contrast against the surrounding gloom. Pallbearers move slowly, their faces hidden beneath the hoods of their coats, as if unwilling to look upon the spectacle that they carry. At the head of the procession walk William, the deceased's father, and his brother Ronnie. Their eyes remain fixed ahead, but there is a strange tightness to their steps, as though they are burdened by more than just the weight of the casket. Stanley the boxer moves in the middle, his broad shoulders bearing the brunt of the load, though it is clear his strength does little to ease the weight of grief. On the opposite side of him, Josh Winscott, a small, pale, trembling man in his 40s, grips the casket with the desperation of someone trying to hold himself together. The rain falls steadily around them, the sound of droplets mingling with the occasional creak of wet earth beneath their feet. The rhythm of their footsteps is almost hypnotic in its melancholy. Behind them, Dr. John and William Carrington keep their eyes forward, their gait steady but stiff, as if their bodies were moving through a fog, unwilling to acknowledge the cold, hard truth of what is happening. Father Stephen walks with David's mother, Betsy, trailing behind the casket, leading the rest of the mourners. She moves slowly, her eyes distant, as if she sees something no one else can. Behind the two others, David's families, friends, and even other fellow practitioners of the stage and magic itself walk behind. 2 professors from Miskatonic, Chris Parker and Melissa, follow along in the group of mourners, as silent as the rest. They had been with David on the night of his death, and memories of that evening are ever present, although the two cannot share the full details of the truth, for who would believe them anyways? The rain falls harder now, the ground softening beneath them, as the mud clinging to their shoes with every step. The haunting quiet surrounds the procession. The sound of rain, the occasional sniffle, and the soft squelch of the earth beneath heavy boots are the only sounds that pierce the stillness. There are no words, no whispered prayers, only the soft echoes of grief. They reach the grave, the final resting place for David, also known as the amazing Cragen, who most know here as simply David. The men lower the casket into the earth, the damp wood scraping against the sides of the grave as it descends, the noise unnervingly loud in the quiet morning. Father Stephen positions himself at the head of the casket, his black robes flickering like a shadow in the mist. The mourners gather close, huddled together under the weight of the moment, some offering umbrellas as the rain continues its relentless descent, each drop heavy as if in mourning itself. And then Father Stephen, you can start the eulogy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to lay to rest David Wilcox, a son, a brother, and a man of many talents. Though those talents now seem so distant, so impossible. We gather here today to honor the extraordinary life of my dear friend, David Wilcox, known to many as the Amazing Kragan, but to me simply David, a creative soul, a curious mind, and a true friend. My name is Father Stephen Shapolsky, and David was a dear friend of mine.
The pain of a child's death was an unspeakable heartache, but others would say, Betsy, that you are holding up remarkably well. While a parent should never have her favorites, there is always a special place in the heart of a mother for her firstborn. Your gaze is locked onto the casket with an absurd hope that all of this was some grand elaborate stunt of the magician, and within moments he would walk up behind you. At least then you could ask him all of your questions. If you want to continue.
I first met David back in our university days, a time when our paths were paved with youthful dreams and endless possibilities. Though our journey in life split us in different directions, him to stage and me my cassock. About a year ago, we reconnected to help a friend. From our very first encounter, I was drawn to his charm, his wit. He had a way about him, an aura that seemed to spark curiosity wherever he went. David was a master of sleight of hand, and I remember how he would spend hours perfecting his craft, studying the art of stage magic with a level of dedication that was both inspiring and infectious. His hands moved with such fluidity, weaving mystery and wonder, while his eyes lit up with joy of discovery. It was in those moments, watching him practice or creating new illusions, that I began to see the essence of who David truly was. A person who found beauty in the unseen, and joy in bringing others into the unknown. But David was more than just an artist, more than just a performer. He was a true friend. A friend who was always there when you needed him. Whether it was for a quick joke to lift your spirits or a deep conversation late into the night, his friendship was like an anchor. It was steady, constant, and filled with the very kind of loyalty you rarely find in life. He just had a way of making everyone feel important, seen, heard. One second. It's not working.
Usually you
As
pay
he
double for that kind of
finishes the
action,
words, that's what you hear coming from the casket. No, just kidding. You start to hear the sound of music, the sound of singing, a haunting distant voice, and it draws you in, and suddenly the scene before you is different. You're no longer in the graveyard. You're back at your home, and seemingly alone. You're not wearing your morning dress. You're in your house coat, your hair in curlers. You're no longer chilled by the cold of the rain, but rather by the unease of your current situation. Did you just imagine the funeral? You haven't been drinking. It's early in the morning, isn't it? You look down at your hand and there's a cup of coffee. It's still warm. There's no smell of alcohol, though there's something strange in the reflection. And again, the music, you hear the song. It's coming from upstairs. It's coming from David's room. But in your mind, you know he's not there. What do you do?
Walk up to David's room.
As you ascend the staircase, the music gets louder. You know there's a voice, but you can't understand the words. You move towards the room. You're at David's door. It's shut. There's an instinct that you have to knock. But as you reach up your hand, the door just creaks open. His room is dark. The bed is made just how he left it, or unmade. Dirty laundry is still in the hamper, as you haven't had the heart to wash it yet. It's not really a point. Do you want to search the room?
Yeah, did the voices completely stop now that the door is open? Or is there still some faint sound of singing?
There's still the faint sound of singing.
Yeah, I would like to search for that.
Go ahead and make a spot check.
A success. Just barely a success.
The voice, the singing is coming from his closet. As you turn the head there, your foot steps on something. You look down and it's an envelope. Looks like an unopened letter.
I'll grab it and just kind of put it in the pocket of my robe.
Your robe. You start to make your way towards the closet and you hear the singing slowly start to intensify. The thing you notice is that while the rest of the room is dark, there's a light underneath the closet. And it's not from an electrical light bulb. It looks like it's oranger, like a light from a flame.
Knowing what weird magician supplies both he and my husband have, like if one of their little flash powders fell or got wet, like it could start a fire. So like hastily like opening up the door, like getting ready to like use a blanket to put out whatever's aflame inside the closet.
Yeah. So you rush towards the door and you go to reach for it, and the door itself shudders as you hear a loud knock from the other side. And it even stops you from opening the door because that shouldn't be happening. Do you hesitate a moment?
Yeah.
As you hesitate, the knock is louder and more intense, and you hear a muffled voice on the other side. It sounds like might be two voices.
I'll try to move quietly to the door to not alert whatever it is to my presence, as I want to listen to what they may be saying. Another close success for Betsy.
You hear a muffled conversation. It doesn't Do you have psychology?
I do.
Roll it.
Failure.
Okay. You can't get like the sense of what the conversation is, but they doesn't seem like whatever it is has noticed you.
Okay.
But there is like another loud, intense knock. And it it kind of scares you a little bit because you've been leaning so close to the door that you blink. And when you blink and you open your eyes, you realize you're not in David's room. You're back in the foyer of your house at the entranceway. And the door that you don't realize yet you have your hand on the door handle is to the front door of your house. And it's nighttime. And as you're kind of coming to this realization that you were in one spot before, and now you're in another, William, you were asleep in bed. You're, in this moment, as far as you know, David's still alive. And you and your wife woke up to loud banging on the door to your house. And Betsy is a little bit younger than you. She got up right away to go get to the door. You're getting your robe on and getting out from being in bed. And you're entering the foyer and you see Betsy standing there stunned with her hand on the doorknob. As again, another loud knock and you hear voices of somebody clearly trying to get your attention.
Who is it, sweetie?
I
Betsy?
don't know.
Are there any like windows in the door or anything like that, or is it or people or anything like that?
Yep, there's a curtain and a window.
Okay. I'm gonna uh, attempt to kind of peek out and see who would be calling us at, I'm assuming, this late hour since we woke
Yeah,
up from
it's
bed.
probably like normally you guys go to bed at 9, 10. Honestly, your first initial shot or thought is that it's probably David because he's come home late at night before and like locked himself out of the house,
Ah,
the keys. So you look outside and you see two people that you've seen more recently. The first person is a tall young man who you believe is a boxer. You think his name might be Stanley, one of David's friends. And
okay.
then with him is a priest, um, Father Stephen. So that kind of gives you pause because if it was a situation where David might be out drinking, you wouldn't think that he would be with the priest, but
Right. I'll 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 kind of pat Betsy's hand to let her know everything's more or less okay, and then I'll open the door.
As you go to open the door, Betsy puts her hand on it. She goes, "You've you've been traveling. The last few weeks while you've been minding the other shop, David, he's been hurt. He's been coming home late at night. I've been bandaging the wounds. A few weeks ago, he came back with his arm and his chest burned as if he had been playing in kerosene. He said tricks were going wrong as he was trying to perform a new spectacular, but this feels this feels different, William." And she'll like kind of grab your hand like tightly with both hands as you like then moves out of the way of the door.
Okay. Yeah, I'll open the door and kind of step back still holding on to Betsy. Is like, uh, uh, Father Stephen, what and is it Stanley? What brings you to the house at such a late hour?
Sorry to intrude. Is it William? I don't think we've met.
Yes, and this is my wife, Betsy.
Yes, we've chatted with Betsy a few times. I'm sorry. May we come in?
Yes, yes. Would you like some
I can
coffee
put
or?
yeah, I can put a kettle on. I can get some tea going.
Wonderful. Thank you, my dear. Please come in, have a seat.
Go in.
Yeah, go in.
I let Stanley go first.
Uh, what what brings you here at such a late hour?
Well, we'll wait for Betsy to come in, but we David and us have been doing some work on the side, helping people. And we have come across some issues in the past. There's with helping the police with investigations and whatnot.
Helping the police with criminal investigations?
Some of it, yes.
Is there a place we can sit, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah, he gestures to the chairs, sofas, whatever.
I'll go over and sit down.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little confused. How did David get involved in criminal investigation? I guess how do you all get involved in criminal investigations? I mean, isn't that what the police is for? I guess I'm confused as to what's going on here.
There have been a few different things, including a mutual friend of ours who had gotten into issues, and we were trying to help our friend. And then, of course, once you help and you do a good job, then those police who need help come back for more help. Or other people, or rich ladies out of town need help investigating something.
We've also had friends and associates who knew people within the police department.
Ah. So kind of like like a private investigator?
Yes, I think some people call them consultants as well.
Interesting. Okay, so what does this have to do with David? I mean, I've seen you with him in the past. I'm assuming that I guess it has
And I kind of
something
look
to
into
do
the
with.
other room where Betsy's making the tea. I'm just kind of waiting for her to come back.
Yeah, she's like putting cups and mugs on a tray with a little like thing of like digestive biscuits and a couple of, like sugar cubes and cutting a lemon up quick. Because, you have to have all that stuff to have a tea, even in the middle of the night.
Mm.
And she brings everything down and sets it on the coffee table and pours everybody a glass. So what's this about, David? Where is he? Is he at the hospital? I know I kind of scolded him last time for getting hurt working on whatever his latest performance piece is going to be. But I mean, if he is hurt, yes, it's probably better that he's at the hospital rather than coming to Mom to bandage him up.
I take the tray from Betsy and set it down on the table and lead her over to a chair. And I sit down as well. David saved our lives and the lives of our friends tonight. But he did it at the cost of his own.
I don't understand. What do you mean? Why what sort of criminal mischief were you all involved with? Were you all involved in? I look over at Stanley because I mean, obviously the priest couldn't be in criminal mischief. It's got to be the boxer, right? So like, oh,
We were investigating a drug ring.
how 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 did this? I'm sorry. What? Please tell us exactly what happened. What is
Yeah.
going on here?
This, yeah, start from the beginning rather than the end.
Stanley just kind of looks at Father Stephen, and it's like
Yeah.
Nick
this is in
can't remember
God's hands. This
Nick
is in
can't
your
remember
hands.
exactly how he died to come up with a compelling, like, I don't want to say he was mauled by a bear if he looks like he was
Right.
shot.
So
Mauled by a
he,
bear would probably be pretty close.
yeah. So the monster. So the ring was housed in a butcher shop, and the monster was a bunch of pieces of dead animal bones. And he pretty much got impaled by a large grouping of animal hooves in his chest. Like, yeah, he got impaled in the chest. His chest cavity sunk in.
Okay. There were animals involved. And it was kind of like a stampede that he held off before it got to us at a butcher shop or at a butchering plant.
So there was a drug ring at a butchering plant, and there was a stampede.
Yes, they were.
Like you got crushed by cows?
Yeah, they let them all loose on us all while we were investigating.
Why weren't the police? Why didn't you call the police when you knew there was? Well, how did?
There were
The
police
What?
there. There were police there.
The
Two of
police
them
were
died.
involved. Yeah.
There were a lot of people there. And your son saved a lot of them. And David's like, or Father Stephen isn't like somber, like he's got tears and red eyes. He's having a hard time because, it just happened. I'm sure Stanley is the same way.
Right. Well, the group of you basically had to decide, do you send an officer to the house?
Yeah, and we decided it should be us. And I say that, we figured it should be friends and people that at least Betsy knew, not some strange police officer coming. Somebody who's We wanted somebody who actually cared about him and was his friends.
We have to call Ronnie. We have to let him know.
Yeah, yes. I, yeah, yes, I will, right away. And out of character, because Brian's a little, wibbly wobbly on it. Are
Yeah.
there phones in the house at this point in time?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not
I,
like it's very much
think
like
that-
you call an
Can
operator.
you patch me into so and so?
Yeah. You don't know. Now you have a phone in the house. You
but don't know about Ronnie.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Ronnie probably lived because he's a bachelor, and Nick, you correct me if I'm wrong, but like
He
he's
travels.
probably he travels, so he's probably either he probably just stays at like a room that he rents, and the apartment building has a phone, or if he makes a phone call, he goes.
Then I would probably call the apartment building
Uh,
to leave a message with them to have him give us a call back as soon as he can.
and you probably know, like being in the middle of the night, it's basically a luck roll if they answer or not. But either
I mean,
way,
I'll give it a shot. Sure, why not? So I just click on it and it should roll. Is that how that works?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't paid your
So-
phone bill.
You pull it off and you walk away in a daze and you pull the cord off the wall.
Yeah. So in Call of Cthulhu, a 100 is a fumble. It's like rolling a nat 1.
Okay.
So yeah, like in your moment of grief, this was your firstborn son, and you're kind of in a daze when you go over to the phone.
Okay.
And it's something that like kind of my family terms as like old man strength. That's like sometimes you don't realize how strong you are in like a moment
Sure.
until like pure adrenaline. And
Gotcha.
you're just overtaken with emotion. And when you go to pick up the phone, you don't realize just how hard you pull, and that you just yank the cord right out of its socket. And it could be something that like you kind of had to mess with in the past
Sure.
anyway. And you just kind of stand there just a bit defeated and with overall an overwhelming sense of helplessness.
That is fair. I think after probably a few moments of just tears welling up and looking at the cord, he'll rear up like he's gonna chuck it somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and then realize that that's not gonna really do anything, and just so sets it back on the cradle, and then attempts to sit down in the nearest chair before he kind of collapses.
Yeah. And Betsy, you catch that in the peripheral of your vision, just kind of that whole scene that plays out. And as William sits down in the chair, again, the world around you changes. And the rest of you Like, Betsy, you're back at the funeral. Father Stephen is continuing with his eulogy. You're at the funeral, but you realize for a moment you weren't at the funeral. The rest of you, the funeral's just been going on, and that scene did take place in the past. But Betsy, you're not quite sure kind of like what's happening with a little bit of your thought process and your memories as Father Stephen continues his eulogy about David.
But there is one thing about David's life that stands out above all else: his bravery. David died a hero's breath, one that none of us could have imagined. He was with a group of friends, myself included, when a life-threatening situation arose. We found ourselves in a moment of great danger, and it was David who stepped forward without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision that saved all of our lives. In the face of peril, David didn't think about himself. He acted. He put others before himself, ensuring that we could escape harm. And in doing so, he made the ultimate sacrifice. He faced danger head on to protect those he loved. And through his actions, he saved the lives of his friends, including myself. The memory of that day is something I will never forget. David's courage in those final moments was nothing short of extraordinary. He was not only a magician of wonder, but a true hero. A man who gave his life so that others might live. David's death was a testament to the man that he was, a person who loved with every ounce of his being and would stop at nothing to protect those around him. While we can never fully express our gratitude for what he did, we can honor him by living with the same selflessness, love, and courage that he showed us all. He lived his life as a hero, and he died as one too.
And then everybody in the group can make a listen check. Wow, okay, so William and Chris, you two are the only two that succeeded. Both of you hear what you like a faint singing, and it's real faint. Like at first you're like, maybe it's somebody in the other church, but it sounds close. And as you kind of focus on it and you tune Father Stephen out a little bit, it honestly almost seems like it's coming from the casket itself. Betsy, it takes you a little bit longer to kind of register the music again. And you blink and you're back in David's room. And you're in front of the closet. But this time you've managed to open the door. And what you see inside horrifies you, as inside you see a severed human head that's been preserved, mummified maybe. Its eyes are open, yet it doesn't focus, it doesn't see you, and its mouth moves, repeating the hauntingly beautiful song. As you take in that sight, you turn to go get your husband or someone. And when you turn around, there's someone standing there, but it's not William. And it's not Ronnie. Your eldest son, David, is standing before you. He's dressed in the same clothes that he died in, soaking wet to the point that there's a pool of water dripping onto the floor. His eyes are such a deep black that at first you think they're completely missing. But upon closer inspection, you see that the slots are filled with a black, undulating liquid that seems to be pulsating on its own. Not sure how you know this, but it's a separate living entity inside of his eyes. Well, inside of the sockets where his eyes once were. A parasitic twin soul. His mouth is open as if to breathe, but the rhythmic cycle of the human machine is broken. There's no exhale of air, no rise to the chest, but rather a continuous inhale. And as a moments of eternity pass between both you and him, you begin to comprehend the reality that there is no breath. It's not air, but it's force. A gravitational force is pulling at the world outside of David's body, into his flesh, into his very being. You yourself begin to feel unsteady, almost drawn in as the realities of the concrete twist and turn. David's mouth is agape, jaw unhinged, and the opening is larger than what should humanly be possible, as if a snake devouring its prey. The pull draws your gaze back to the back of his throat. But you see there, you can only imagine to be a burning sun. As you stumble forward, your eyes are drawn to the huge open chest wound on his body. The black Icarus blood stains both his clothes and his body in a thickly congealed, pulsating clot surrounding the wound. The open cavity of your child's chest should be horrifying. However, the internal mechanics of the human body are non-existent. Instead of crushed bones, Betsy sees stars. Instead of smashed organs, there are planets. Instead of blood, there's a galaxy and the sky of the cosmos. Comets streak across the interior as solar flames of a burning sun bring warmth to his cold gray skin. It's not rational, it's not explainable, but inside of David's body is the celestial whole of the universe. The air in Betsy's lungs feels thin as the pressure from the pull of the sun grows even stronger. Slowly, David's arms fight the rigor mortis that has now overtaken his human form as he reaches towards his mother. The gravitational pull increases, pulling her closer to her firstborn, as now they are within arm's reach. His hand goes for her own, gently opening it, as Betsy feels something metallic being placed there. David's flask. Confused, she looks down before hearing his voice. Find me in the stars. Betsy, I want you to make an in check, and then depending on that, a sanity check.
Success on the int.
Okay, so make a sanity check. So I'm going to knock you down 2 points of sanity instead of making you roll.
Got to hit edit. Okay.
So oh shit. No, I need to make you roll because technically succeeding the sanity check is bad.
What do I need to roll?
die 6.
Six.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's how much I lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
So technically you've hit about a madness because you lost more than 5.
Mm.
I'm gonna count the scene as your bout of madness and the realities that you realize from this moment. So because you made the int check, you realize that you are disconnected from time and space.
Oh, okay.
You realize that for you, the normal human concept of time, right, how everybody kind of views time, is a linear process. There's a, beginning and an end. For you, you begin the realization that time is planar, and that you're starting the belief that you don't live time and you don't live your life from a beginning to an end, that it is moments in a plane.
Okay.
And maybe if you can figure out a way to control that, you might get other people to realize that. And you don't know, but the thought crosses your mind of you might be able to like change like other people's timelines. You also start to have the belief that maybe David isn't actually dead, but maybe he's in a different timeline, or maybe he actually is in the stars. But your concrete knowledge is that you, through David's funeral, actually transported the different portions of time in your
Okay.
life. So however you want to take that belief is up to you. And while Father Stephen is talking, you do feel something cold and metallic in your hands. And you look down and you do see the flask that David gave you.
Okay.
And you also do feel the envelope that was in your pocket that you placed there before.
Does his flask feel like there's something in it?
It feels empty.
Okay.
And then with that, kind of as you're coming to that realization, Father Stephen finishes the eulogy.
We take comfort in knowing that David is now in the embrace of God, in a place where there is no more suffering or pain, where the illusions of this world have faded away to the eternal truth of God's love reigns. And as we remember him today, we celebrate not only the person David was, but the love he gave, the lives he touched, and the light he brought into this world. As we face the reality of this loss, we can also be reminded of the words from John 14:1-3. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God. Trust also in me, in my Father's house and many rooms. I am going there to prepare a place for you. David is now in that prepared place with God, where he is no longer bound by the limitations of this world, but free to explore the eternal wonders of heaven. David, we will miss you more than words can say, but we know that your life, your art, and your love will continue to inspire us all. We will carry your memory in our hearts every time we experience a moment of wonder or feel a sense of awe. We'll remember you. May God bless you, David. May you rest in peace. And may we continue to find joy and wonder, as you did, in the beauty of God's creations.
And with that, David's funeral service is over, and people kind of linger here a little bit, but then they start to go back to the church because it's raining and it's yucky spring. Not nice spring. Chris and Melissa, go ahead and make spot hidden rolls, and I'm going to give you basically advantage, an extra die on this to kind of notice things throughout the funeral.
Nice. Nice.
All right. So something you both notice is that both of you didn't really know David like very well until you guys started investigating together. So you know some people here. One person that you hadn't seen before is David's younger brother, Ronnie. And David never really talked that much about Ronnie, kind of just off in passing. Nick, do you want to describe Ronnie for everybody?
Yes.
You just start eating.
Yep. Just as I got a mouthful. Ronnie looks very much like David probably would have looked about 10 years prior. He's in his early 20s. He looks young. He is clean shaven. But his eyes seem to notice little details in everything. You can tell that his gaze takes in a person as a whole, pretty much everything. And he is also troubled by the day. And he keeps like putting his hand, he's got a really nice suit, and he keeps putting his hand, there's a suit pocket on the side, and he keeps putting his hand there, and there's obviously a stack of something in the pocket. But anytime anybody kind of is about to catch him, he just kind of like scratches like he's got an itch or something in that area. So, but yeah, he's that's Ronnie. I'm gonna go and change my name as well real quick.
Sounds good. You guys also notice, it kind of took you a bit of time to kind of catch this, but there are a group of people that, for lack of, have a bit of a, even at a funeral, have a bit of a flair to them, like a presence. And you kind of put two and two together. David did travel for a period of time as a magician. That these are other stage magicians or people maybe connected with the magic shops, you know, that perform on the stage, and kind of family friends. So there's kind of just a whole variety of people. One person in particular that you notice is, and that's kind of what clues you in, is and is somebody that appears to be presenting Italian in a sense. They have like, and the reason why you notice this, it's like, Melissa, you notice that this person is like obviously somebody, you know, when somebody's a blonde and they dye their hair black, but they don't do a good job of it because they don't actually dye
Miss
their
their eyebrows. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those situations. It's like it's a blue-eyed, like black hair, blonde eyebrows situation. And then Chris, you, with that same person, you notice that like they are tanner than they should be, and it's just kind of like it's a struggling tan too. So it's somebody that's trying to like kind of it looks like they still have stage makeup on, or they're not doing well like passing for another persona. And you kind of, from what you know of David, like people have like these aliases in the stage magician world and even in other performer worlds. So that's kind of what like clues you in. Another thing you notice is that there's a couple, and you probably wouldn't have pinged them real well, except like the girl, she's young in her 20s, dark hair. She looks fairly normal. The guy, he would normally be extremely handsome, but he looks very tired. And he looks like he hasn't really slept well in several days. So you just kind of assume it's a funeral. Maybe he was a close friend of David, whatever. It doesn't stand out too much. What does stand out is that in a spot probably 20 feet or so away from the rest of the mourners is another woman. And this woman, like wherever she would go, she would stand out. She is your typical blonde, blue eyes, like think Marilyn Monroe, like walking bombshell in like the black, like wearing the black dress and having the umbrella just makes her more attractive somehow. And she is back there smoking a cigarette, and she is shooting daggers like in her gaze at the guy with the girl. And Chris, that's something you notice with your heart's success. Melissa, you just kind of noticed that, oh, that's kind of weird that this lady's like off standing by herself. And so like kind of your thought is like maybe she was like an old girlfriend of David's or something. Chris, like you know where her gaze is. It's directly at the guy with the other girl, and it is not moving, and it is not kind of trying to hide, but she's also kind of trying to, she's not trying too hard, I guess. She's not seeming to interrupt the funeral or interrupt things, but she's definitely watching this other guy. Ronnie, why don't you also make a spot hidden roll too? I just want to see if you notice anybody that you know.
While he's making that roll,
Mhm.
I'd like to like lean over to Melissa and say, hey, you should go talk to fake tan girl. I'm gonna go talk to that lady staring daggers over there. And then I'm gonna like kind of make my leisurely way over towards Dagger Lady.
Okay. Oh, okay. Ronnie, you're too upset. Your brother just died. You don't. Besides just the family that you know there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not really paying attention. I would also give, let's see. Well, let's Stanley and William and Betsy go ahead and make a spot hidden. Betsy, I'm going to give you a penalty die. Makes sense. William. William, you're kind of more focused on Betsy. She seems pretty upset, but you do notice the woman standing with the guy and the umbrella closer. Don't recognize guy at first, but you recognize Now I'm blanking on her name.
Oh my, is that young Ingrid over there?
Yep. And then you realize that it's Harold with her.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Harold. That was his name. I will being that we're kind of out in the rain, I guess first I'll kind of look to Betsy to see how she's doing, because admittedly being in the rain's miserable.
Sure. I
Yeah.
think we'll go to Chris real quick first, just because.
Sure.
Yeah. So I sidle over to the lady and I ask her, well, how did you know David?
And she kind of just leans back and just looks at you. Do you have a psychology?
I do.
Go ahead and roll that.
Success.
It's very clear to you that she's annoyed that you're breathing the same air that she is right now.
Don't care, want information. I apologize and introduce myself. I say, like, oh, I'm so sorry. That was rude to come over and not explain who I am. I'm Professor Chris Parker. I work at Miskatonic University, and David was one of my good friends. He actually died saving me. So I don't know. I saw you standing off here alone and thought maybe you might want someone to talk to about all of this.
I didn't really know him.
Okay, well, thanks for paying your respects, I guess. What's with that lady? And she points at, well, she surreptitiously, like, looks at the person that this lady was glaring daggers at.
So she was glaring at the guy.
Oh, yeah, okay, then I ask about him.
Yeah. He's an idiot. Pretender.
Like, bad at stage magic, or just kind
Yeah.
of a general dick?
I'm
Like,
all of the above.
okay.
Look, I'm sorry about your friend, David. My boss knew him, and my boss is busy, so
Ah,
I am attending. I don't know, to make an effort.
I
But
see.
yeah, that guy, I just stay away from him.
Why?
He's a poser. He steals tricks. And he's just not a very good dude. Or, sorry, this is 1920s. He's not a very good fella.
Got it. I'm sensing that he, has wronged you personally, but I will not pry.
Good.
Again, thank you for coming to pay your respects. And Chris will take the damn hint and walk away.
Melissa, did you want to go talk to Suntan Man? And we can say that people are starting to head into the church too, if people want to walk and talk.
Yeah, I'll go talk to Suntan Man.
So
Yeah. Was such a tragedy, David's loss.
he was kind of zoning out a little bit, and then he sees you and he's like, Ah, yes, the Arrivederci. Very much a tragedy. I performed with him a few times in our past. He didn't tell me all of his secrets.
He wouldn't be a good magician if he did, would he?
No, that he wouldn't. But sometimes sharing can bring alliances on the stage. And forgive me, madame, but you don't seem to be one for the stage yourself. Or are you just in disguise?
No, sorry, I did not introduce myself. I'm Melissa Davies, DeVries, and I work at the university and really don't have much time for that. So
For entertainment?
for all of the smoke and mirrors,
That is what makes life worth living. It's the mysterious, the unknown, the unexplainable.
discovering makes life worth living. Explaining the unknown.
But then that would lose the mystery of it, wouldn't it?
There's always a new mystery.
Perhaps if you knew a magic trick or two, you'd be interested.
Potentially.
I could teach you.
Oh, could you? I could teach you some French. It'd help with your accent.
Yeah, touche.
What is your name, sir?
They call me Max Marveletto. But Max is my real name. Marvelo, not so much.
Apparently you still have to have all your secrets, right?
Yeah,
But you did say sharing is caring.
right. Well, he offers you an arm. Maybe let's get outside from this rain and I'll show you a few simple tricks that David and I used to do.
Yeah, shall we head back in to the church? They usually have some food after these things.
Sounds perfect. So he holds out an arm and he is very charming, even though he's not actually, and leads you inside.
Great.
William and Betsy.
Betsy's gonna kind of like clear her throat a little bit, and she's like, I'll meet you inside. I just want to go sit in the truck for a little bit. That's where I taught David how to drive, and he never was really good at it, but it's just one of those memory things, dear.
I understand.
And she'll make her way to the truck and just kind of close the door and then kind of just put her like hands like on the wheel and her head in her hands. And then she's gonna pull out the letter, and while it looks like she's having a breakdown in the car or in the truck, she wants to read whatever this letter that somehow is in her pocket and wasn't when she got ready. But she now has it because time is jello and she needs
Yep.
to figure out what the F it is.
So I believe if you go to your handouts,
Okay.
oh,
Is it the mysterious note?
maybe I didn't rename it. Yep.
Okay.
and I'll let you read through that.
Yep.
William, I'm going to come back to you, but Stanley hasn't done anything for a while.
Sure.
Stanley, are you just heading back inside?
I think Stanley would, when Father Stephen and Chris seem like they're not engaged with anybody, gather them. I, I've been thinking a lot, all this stuff we've done and about David too, and I like to, he was really deep into this stuff. He was all about it, despite him getting torn up every time we'd look into something new. He just couldn't stop. I get a feeling we're not going to stop either anytime soon. I've been looking into City Hall and talking to a attorney, and I was thinking maybe we could make it official, you know, our investigations. I even dreamed up a name. What do you think? I, I'd call it Kragan's Amazing Investigation Agency. Kaya.
Yeah. Maybe take out the amazing and just have it be Kragan's investigation agency.
Oh, it was the Amazing Kragan, right?
That's true.
Just a thought, anyways.
Yeah, it's a good thought.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably better to have it official. The name probably doesn't matter too much, but that's not the worst name I've ever heard, by a long shot.
Yeah, the name doesn't really matter. Seems like this stuff just keeps finding us anyhow. Better to make it more official.
Yeah. I'll look a little more.
I can help if you want.
Thanks. Uh, anyways, I should go pay my respects, he says, and he nods to them and
The father nods. Yeah, I
separates
have
off.
lots I've got to do here. I have to oversee these people with the casket and then get in and check on the other people.
Question for the keeper. Does Chris still hear the music from the casket? No? Okay. You are muted, though.
I'm muted. No, you don't. It seemed to end with the eulogy. So you're kind of like, might have just been like a trick in your head or like a memory that came
Sure.
back from like the first time that you guys had an investigation together.
I think before I head into the church, then in a break in the crowd, I'm gonna walk up to the casket and lay a hand on it, both to say goodbye and to see if anything weird happens.
Okay. Yeah, you put your hand there and you kind of just pause and you listen.
Question for you, Keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Could I have seen that?
Yeah.
While looking off at Ingrid for a second, I'll stop once I kind of see this person do that and just kind of approach, be like, did you know David, Miss?
Parker. Professor.
Oh, Professor.
Yes, I'm actually He saved my life.
Were you there with
I
Stanley and Father Stephen?
Before Chris says something that Aubrey doesn't remember, I'm pretty sure we all were there, right?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Now, I guess I would say maybe somebody roll a luck roll on whether or not you guys all got the same story.
Chris is everything else. So I'm not gonna. Chris is not gonna roll that luck roll because Chris is just gonna say, "Yes, I was there, and it was." You're his father?
Yes, yes.
I'm so sorry. He was a really good man. A good friend.
And I am bearing witness to those who have dealt with him on a different level than I. And I'm glad to know he was well loved.
He was indeed.
And I'll offer my hand to, like, because it's rainy, it's whatever, and
Yeah.
is like, would you be willing to tell me a little bit more about what happened? Not now, of course, but perhaps. I admit I'm still kind of shocked how you all got involved with some sort of criminal investigation. It's
I would be happy to share what I can. Although I'll admit I don't remember a lot from that night. But certainly, I would be happy to talk to you about it. I'm professor of geology here at Miskatonic, so if you would come to my office anytime.
Professor of geology, interesting. Tell me more about that. And he kind of takes your arm to leads you into the, I guess, towards the, at least under the eaves of the entrance of the church to get out of the rain, but kind of heads where everyone else is heading.
Unless you stop her, she goes off on like a hyperfixation rant about spelunking and cave diving and how cool it is to like explore the systems around here and all of the rocks that you can find in geological formations and blah 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 blah. So unless you stop her, she's just gonna like give you more information than you ever wanted to know about rocks.
Well, and he, granted, I'm assuming all of our numbers are on a scale of like 1 to 100, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, he's relatively intelligent and whatnot, and I think he's very um, he he like the science of a lot of the geology stuff you kind of lose him on, but he kind of smiles and nods. You notice he tends to have a little bit more wistfulness for when you talk about spelunking and all of that, and probably makes mention at some point is like, if only I were 30 years younger, like, because that sounds a little more exciting in terms of sort of the adventuring aspect of going into a mysterious place.
That leads her down a tangent of like, oh well, here's all of the equipment that we could use to make it safe for you, and like happy to like plan an expedition. I could be, your guide for one of the like. There's a really easy to access. On and on and on.
And he just kind of pats your hand and is like, I'm 66 years old, dear. I think my spelunking days are behind me.
Oh, let me tell you about this really cool one. It's like barely any climbing. You can like walk in. You can still do it. It'll be great.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Let's see, Ronnie.
Yes.
Anything you particularly want to do, or do you gonna head inside?
He stands there for a little bit and in the rain and watches everyone leave, basically. And he's probably one of the last people
Mm-hmm.
to leave. And he doesn't say anything, but there are like things that run the gamut, that run through his mind, you know, from accusatory to apologetic, but he doesn't say any of them. He just thinks them all. And then after he sees like his dad and others leave, and he just sees that it's just him and the priest left, he just nods at the priest and just walks and follows everybody else into the church.
Since you're one of the last people there, you've failed to notice her before, but as you're heading towards the blonde or to the church, you notice the blonde woman. And that is someone that you recognize
Okay.
from your notes, from your time when you're gambling in the speakeasy.
Let me double check my notes.
I can just
Because is it on my character
her
sheet?
name. Yeah, I can just share. So her name is
I forgot to
Joseph.
read the notes when I was doing everything that you told me you added. My bad.
That's okay. So her name is Josephine.
Okay.
Josephine, you're not sure of her last name.
Okay.
You have seen her at the speakeasy before. She just is, again, she's a stunning person. She walks into a room and people notice her.
Okay.
One thing that I also didn't mention that you would have probably overheard at the speakeasy is she drives a very flashy car. Like, it is a baby blue Cadillac with a Egyptian symbol on the front of it that's like an eagle or something. You're not too sure.
Okay.
It is very flashy. You've never talked to her because the rumor at the speakeasy that you hang out at when you're gambling is that she's batshit. Like at one point when you were playing cards, a drunk guy spilt a drink on her dress when he was trying to hit on her, and she shanked him.
Okay.
So she is somebody that, like, you've just kind of decided not worth it
Gotcha.
to kind of mess with. And then on the flip side, you also kind of know that supposedly she works for some magician.
Okay.
So that was also kind of a thing where you're like, well, I'm not interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but that catches your attention that somebody like that is at your brother's funeral and she's keeping a distance. And unlike the other people there, she doesn't stay, she leaves.
Okay.
And she didn't really go approach your parents or you. You're not sure if you even saw anyone talk to her.
That's strange.
Mm-hmm.
But if she is in the magic world with my dad and my brother's bullshit, then
Yeah,
you're tied to that somehow.
Yeah. You're kind of at this point, you're kind of more grateful that like nothing went down.
Yeah. I just shut my mouth out of respect.
Yeah.
For now. For now. I'm 26, so I'm, might be a little hot-headed still.
Yeah. But it's something to file away for later.
Yeah.
As everybody kind of goes inside.
Okay. And I'll check on my mom in the truck. I'll be like, "Are you okay? Do you staying out here, or are you coming in? Do you want me to bring you a drink or food or anything?"
She's gonna try to quickly hide the note. What would that be? Like sleight of hand versus a spot hidden type deal?
Yeah, so it's basically an opposed skill check. So, oh. Okay. So, Ronnie, like, you see your mom, and you kind of already expect her to be frazzled. Like, that isn't on... Everybody's kind of frazzled today.
Yeah.
But, like...
she's the only one I really care about, whether she's frazzled or not.
But, like, in the world of everybody in your family having an amazing sleight of hand, Betsy does not. And, like, I don't know, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, Betsy is not the type of person to, like, she's pretty honest, even when you were kids. And she doesn't, like, openly, like, try to hide things from you or your dad. So you see her, like, reading something, and then you catch her by surprise, and she just, like,
she
crumbles
tries
out the paper and just throws it over her shoulder.
She, like, misdirects with this hand, and she's like, "Hi!"
It's not even... Yeah, if it was a 1, it would have been over her shoulder into your hand.
Does he catch any of the words on the letter with a hard versus failure?
Hard success versus failure, yeah.
Yeah, you do see it. So you do see the name David at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And because of kind of like the haphazard way she folded it. And then you see that it was from Ingrid. Ingrid Swartz. And that name also sticks out to you. And that's more of a name that sticks out to you because of, like, you know, those, like, those childhood family friends?
Yeah.
Where, like, you were friends with somebody as a kid, not because you really would have hung out with them,
but just because they were a family somebody else's parents knew.
Yep. That's what Ingrid was. She was the daughter of another traveling stage magician that actually got pretty famous.
Okay.
And might still be.
Okay.
But, like,
the way you said that actually got famous as opposed to...
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Like, that still, like, consistently works gigs.
Yeah. Woof.
And so, like, and then it kind of catches in your brain, like, oh, I haven't really, like, talked to her in, like, the last, like, 10 years or so.
Okay. So I'll just wait to see what Mom says.
I'll be in a minute. I was just looking through some of your brother's belongings. Yeah, let's go. I'm better now.
I'll actually reach into the back seat and fold the paper in half so I can't read it and hand it back to her. I'll just, like, put it in her hand and close her hand over it, not even looking. I'll, like, keep eye contact the entire time and be like, and I'll just say, like, whatever it is, you don't need to tell me.
You think I would have learned how to do that better after all these years with your dad?
Raid! Death Joker, Buddy Death Joker coming in with the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. We're doing tabletop role-playing. It is a horror game, Call of Cthulhu. So welcome on in, Raiders. We'll get a shout-out here for DJ before we move on. We definitely want to get him shouted out. If I can type the name out. There he is. We get this little pop-up will show up and playing some Dead by Daylight today. I've had him up in the background. So thank you so much, DJ. Hopefully you're having a good new year, and happy holidays, and to everybody that's coming in on the raid, welcome in. Welcome in. Tabletop role playing every Wednesday here on stream. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays is video game night. Mondays is talk show. Welcome in. I may have drunk too much. Well, you know what, buddy? We'll have a drink with you. Some of us will. I will. I'll have a drink with you, and maybe some others might as well. So, with that being said, we will continue the game. Thank you so much, DJ, for the raid. We loves you. Everybody who is here, please take care of yourselves. If you need a break, if you need to rest, if you need to stretch your legs, get food, feel free to do so. That goes for you too, DJ. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for the raid.
Ooh. I guess I did forget about it, but we could turn on redemptions as well.
I will turn on the Call of Cthulhu Redemption. So if anybody is in here watching, wants to maybe redeem for dice rolls and stuff like that in the game, you'll want to refresh because those channel points have now been activated. So go ahead and refresh and do that. I'm gonna get some food and give some boobs, and I'll message you now. Okay. Be lurking till the end. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much, guys. Go check out DJ. That's the Joker. Also started Stream Raiders recently, so he is doing Stream Raiders again. Of course, Dead by Daylight.
Usually you pay double for that kind of
and
action.
paying double for that kind of action cotton. But yeah, so Ronnie will look at his mom is like, none of us learned to stitch up wounds, so.
You think with all the trouble you and your brother got into, one of you would have learned that skill.
Well, I mean, I learned a little bit. I'm not very good at it.
Well, yes, let's go in. I heard someone made a pot roast or a hot dish or something. We have to make the appearance.
Yes.
And she'll finish getting out of the truck.
Okay. He'll help her out
with
and
the church.
Take her arm and walk her in. Probably has an umbrella or something and holds it up.
And the food and after reception, it's pretty simple. Just basically, it's a situation. Some church ladies got together, made a bunch of food for everybody, and kind of just people are gathered at different spots in the table or in various tables. Melissa, you're chit-chatting with Max, and as you're chit-chatting with him, there's some other stage magicians that are seated near you guys as he's showing you a simple coin trick, and you overhear them talking about how they're surprised that Memphis isn't here. And that, nobody's really seen this magician in the past 6 weeks, couple months. And then you kind of overhear a little bit about something about a break-in at his house.
Okay.
Let me see. And there are rules for learning a spell or acquiring a skill.
Okay.
So if you choose to, which kind of as you're talking, he does do an opening act for another magician that's here, Harold.
Okay.
for a stage performance. If you do want to come to the theater, he can see about getting you tickets. And then
Okay.
afterwards, like continue your lesson there. And then you could roll to acquire the stage magic skill and actually have that on your character sheet. So they say it's typically like a day of study
Okay.
with a teacher.
Sure, why not?
But he'll actually point out, so he's doing an opening act for Harold, and he'll point him out, and we'll say he's actually with his fiance Ingrid over there.
Ooh.
He's kind of one of the more popular stage musicians, not as great as the great Memphis, but up and coming.
Would it be possible to get 2 tickets so I could bring my friend Chris?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could probably even get you more too. Yeah, I'll talk to Harold and see what I can do.
That would be great. I've heard, like you've mentioned this Memphis, and other people have. I've never heard of this person before.
He very famous. He's traveled all over the United States, Europe. He's performed for royalty. He actually, for a while, I think David's father, William, and him knew each other. And they might have briefly worked together. But he's been everywhere. He's kind of a little bit kooky now, though. Like
Seems to happen with age.
he'll like disappear for a while and then randomly reappear back. And his shows, I don't know. Him and Harold kind of have some odd tricks that I just can't really put my finger on. Usually I'm pretty quick to pick up other people's skills,
Mm-hmm.
but him and Harold both do this teleportation trick. And typically when you do that, you probably shouldn't be sharing, but you have like a double, right? And you have your assistants do a double.
Okay.
I've seen his show and Harold's shows like several times, especially Harold because I opened for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I've sat in different locations in the theater. There is no way that he would have to have like 5 or 6 doubles in order to teleport the distances and in the time frame.
It would be fascinating to see. Chris
Yeah.
and I'm sure would love to.
Usually you
put
pay
our
double for that
minds-
kind of action, Cotton.
Or triple, or quadruple, or
Or
5
triple,
times, really.
yeah.
Yeah.
5 times. Yeah,
Chris
and
and I'm
like
sure would love to
try to study that and figure it
Yeah.
out. I mean, you gals are probably way smarter than me. I'm just like I love magic, but it kind of creeps me out, to be honest, with that if I can't figure out a trick like that. But yeah, you know what? I'll go talk to Harold right now and see how many tickets I can get you guys.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Of course. So he'll stand up and walk over to Harold, who's sitting next to Ingrid, and they kind of get in a conversation. What about the rest of you?
I think Betsy is just kind of making her rounds.
Mm-hmm.
talking with people, like
I'd probably join Betsy in that as well.
I think Stanley would pay his respects to Betsy and William, his condolences, but he's was one of the two that originally told them. So it'd probably be kind of brief, and he'd introduce himself and pay his respects to Ronnie, who Ronnie actually might have seen his name or know of him
Yeah,
if Ronnie
Ronnie
does
would.
sports betting, because he just was in Atlantic City not long ago.
Yeah.
And so he'd go up and say, "Hi, Stanley Ace," and he says, "I'm very sorry for your loss. David was a great man."
To the parents or to Ronnie or all three of us together?
To Ronnie.
Okay.
That would be to Ronnie
Okay.
specifically.
Ronnie holds out his hand. I've heard of you. A lot of my people I work with, they do sports betting, so I still track. I don't normally bet myself, but I do track. I do watch. I do know the name. Great fight in Atlantic City the other day.
That was my first professional bout, he says.
I know. For being first in, we've seen a lot of people come and go, and for the first bout, that was pretty impressive. A lot of people were impressed by that. You planning on another match?
It'd be nice to make a living out of it. It's sort of my passion.
Yeah, did a great job. A lot of people are talking about if you come back that their bets might be on you. A lot of people lost money from you too.
Yeah. Well, you let your friends know, since you got those connections. I'd sure be grateful to get another chance in being promoted in Atlantic City, the big stage.
I can mention some words here and there. I don't have a lot of weight to my name since I don't gamble in that sphere, but if I'm sitting at a table with some of them, I can definitely mention it. And thanks for being a friend of my brother. He and I didn't really see eye to eye, but I'm glad he had friends that cared about him.
It was a big personality, Stanley says.
Yeah. That's all he says, like, yeah.
Anyways, thanks for your time. Nice meeting you. And
Yeah, nice meeting you too. Take care.
His hat and goes off.
William and Betsy, as you're making your rounds, you do come across the table with Ingrid. And Harold was sitting next to her, but he actually went off to go talk to this other magician Max. And they're in conversation. But Ingrid sees both of you, and she stands up and she's like, "I am so sorry to hear about David. That's just such shocking news."
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hate to be to ask this now, but I wrote David a letter. Do you know if he got it?
He got the letter, but I do not think he read it.
Oh.
I actually found it a little bit ago in his room.
Okay.
How long ago? How long has it been since you've seen your dad?
It's been going on to 2 months.
That long?
Yeah.
I overheard he's not been performing as often as he used to?
No, he's been very reclusive as of late, studying in his library. He traveled abroad about 2 years ago into the Himalayas. I didn't go with him on that trip. Him and his assistant Josephine, and I don't know, ever since he came back from that trip, you may have noticed it when he's come into the shop or when she's come into the shop, but both of them sort of changed. And it's been getting
Well,
worse.
I've noticed he has a little bit. She seems to have a little bit of an anger to her. They don't really talk about what happened. Not that I recall.
No. It's part of why I decided to move out on my own. I just couldn't. It's terrible to say. I couldn't really stand being around him on a daily basis. And I just kind of needed air. But now I'm worried because he's gone on periods of disappearing and then reappearing. But most of the time he always takes either Josephine with him, or by now he would have let me know.
Has he lost, or I guess cut out communication with you a bit since you and Harold? I know they had some sort of falling out.
Well, we've been engaged for almost a year now. I mean, they do have a tiff. I don't know. I think Harold was upset he didn't go with them. And father keeping secrets.
Sure.
Have you talked with Josephine to see if maybe she knows where your father
No.
went?
Josephine, is that the woman that was smoking in the back?
Yes.
Yes. She scares me.
I'll lean in and go, she scares me a little bit too.
I guess part of why I bring this up now is that I don't know if things are connected, but there was a break-in at my father's house, and our lawyers have been keeping it out of the papers. There's just rumors going around, but the assailants who broke in all died in the home.
In your father's house?
Yes.
How were they? How were they? Sorry, this is very shocking to hear with everything that's kind of going on.
I know, and I feel terrible for bringing it up now. It's not really, they aren't able to give an explanation. I think.
So they passed away under mysterious means.
Yes, it's being said by the police that they did each other in, but our lawyers don't think that explanation makes sense.
You know,
and originally I reached out to David about finding my missing father because I've heard that him and his friends were investigating. But now I'm concerned that the situation has gotten worse, or maybe there's a connection to it if my father found something. I don't know, and I can't bear to go back to the house.
I understand. Well,
and I do apologize. I shouldn't be bringing this all up, like upon both of you.
Oh.
Sometimes the in a stressful time you need to get your mind off something. Distraction.
And don't worry, my dear. I mean, well, I know Harold from what we know of him. He's a solid, upright man and will take good care of you. But I've always thought of you a bit as like the daughter we never had.
Oh,
Yes.
And I
thank you.
just kind of take her hand and pat it, you know.
I appreciate that. And if there's anything, like if you need me to come over and maybe like cook some meals.
Oh, no, no. Being in the kitchen really is one of those happy points of my day.
Yeah, I understand. Mine too.
Um, but perhaps I can introduce you to Stanley and some of the other of David's friends. They might be able to help you.
That Professor Parker, I spoke with her only briefly, but sharp as a tack, that one. I'm telling you, is very
And
knowledgeable on things.
Okay. Yeah,
if
that would be great.
if
Reminds
you
me a little
can,
bit of my youth as far as diving into magic, but I won't go into that rabbit hole necessarily.
Okay.
We'll leave
if you
that
get
rabbit
it,
in the hat, as it were.
if you get any of the police reports, I could take a look at them from a nurse's perspective. Maybe see something that the officers missed.
That would I honestly I have, and she'll pull out her card.
You're gonna say
I
the
have
medical records?
yeah, no. Here they are. It's a business card for her lawyers. I can set up an appointment with our attorneys.
Sure.
There weren't any witnesses other than the caretaker that found the bodies. And then if you trust David's friends, I do have the key to the house.
Well, perhaps as things wind down here, we can have a little sit down with them and discuss it if
That
they're
would be
willing.
great. And kind of as you're wrapping up the conversation there, Max will come back to Melissa and say, "Well, great news. I have a bunch of tickets for tomorrow evening. Looks like I don't know, so like group sale fell through or so. So there's 10 tickets here if you can find 10 people to come to the show. That'll work if, you know, if you can't give them away, that's fine too."
That is wonderful. It's so very sweet of you.
Thank you. And they're good seats too. Not any nosebleeds. So then you'll have to give me your expert opinion on how he does this trick. Although, don't let him catch on that I have you spying for me.
I'll do my best. I'm sneaky.
All right. So, unless anybody wants to do anything else at the funeral, like
Brendan's
the
probably going to introduce himself to the other, everybody else, which would eventually get him to Melissa and Chris,
right.
whether they're together chatting or not.
I'm assuming they would, well, especially because Melissa, you're gonna give Chris the down low.
Hmm?
Yeah, I don't really see a world where we don't end up back at the same table chatting.
Right. I'll just walk up and introduce myself. Hi, I'm Ronnie. I'm David's brother. I guess from what I understand, you two were friends of his?
Oh. Yes. Yes. Professor Parker. Chris Parker. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. And you are?
Said the breeze. researcher at the university.
Quiet, Holly.
You're super quiet.
Oh, it'd help if I put my microphone back down.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah, Melissa DeVries, researcher at the university.
Oh. How do you guys know David? You're obviously not magicians. Thank God. He sits down. He's like, thank God.
Well,
It's complicated? Question
yeah.
mark? Eh.
We
Everybody
sort
gets
of
really awkward when he asks how we know him.
know him through Father Stephen, I believe.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we met him through Josh. I point to Josh Finn
Oh,
Scott.
yeah.
Well, did you
poor
out of
Josh.
character? I think you guys all went to school together too, around the same time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Out of character.
Okay.
Well,
Not me. I think David was a lot older than me.
yeah, David was a lot older. Like Stanley and Josh kind of knew each other outside of school.
So it was all through
I think
Josh.
that, yeah. it was
I
all
guess
through
I would
Josh.
say. I guess I would say that. I know him through Josh, but the others might know him through school.
Chris probably would be a lot less cagey about it or weird about it than and just be like, oh, well, he was either a fellow student or a student of mine. I don't remember how old he was, but Chris is only 39, so.
Yeah, you guys are about the same age. So,
Oh, so yeah, fellow student.
Does Ronnie know Josh?
Ronnie probably knows like of Josh,
Okay.
but he's like
Never met him.
Josh now, like Josh is there, but he's a very different person than what he used to be. Like he's kind of always been like the small little guy.
Yeah.
That like would always try to do things that he wasn't really capable of and then like get burned by it.
Okay.
And now you kind of look at him and you get a sense that he's been burned
Too many times.
so many times that he's kind of recluse back inside of himself a little bit. So like he's even at a table near everybody, but he's not really engaging.
Gotcha.
He kind of has a notebook open and is like working on some writings. You do know that he is a writer.
Yeah. No. So you say the reasons, and Ronnie goes, "Oh, well, it's good to know he had friends. I spoke with Stanley a little bit earlier, and chatted about that. So I'm glad he had friends, and I'm glad he was having friends with normal people."
So you are not a fan of magicians?
That whole, not to speak light of my brother, poorly of him, but and Ronnie goes quiet a little bit. He's like, he kind of left us when the war hit, and there wasn't a lot of money in the magic industry during the war, so we kind of were struggling, and he just kind of abandoned us to go do magic. So, here I am, a kid, 15 years old, and I have to go and find a job, and I have to work and earn money for the entire household because my brother ran off to go do shows for the government. So, yeah, you could say that I'm not a big fan of magic.
What's like
Sense.
the father's William's kind of reaction?
Well, I'm assuming this
to-
conversation isn't around his mom and dad. He wouldn't have said that out loud.
Oh, okay.
With them
Never
around.
mind then.
Yeah, he would have said that with them around.
Yeah, they're still kind of making their rounds.
Well, Chris, do you wanna go to a magic show with me in a couple of nights? Pick apart how they do some of their tricks. It might be helpful in this, Ronnie. Apparently there's some sort of new tricks, they call it teleportation, that no one can figure out how they do it, and there's gotta be an explanation.
Oh, I'm
People
sure they're
do
using.
not teleport.
I'm sure they're using body doubles or some other thing. Trapdoors underneath the stage. There's always some sort of gig. That was always the thing. I think my dad had a friend that was working on that when he was when I was a kid. They were working on some sort of teleportation trick, and they had thought about going underneath the stage or a trap door up above and combining that with body doubles. Yeah.
Well, apparently the distance is too much for the body double trick to have worked. So I've got some tickets if you're interested. Stanley, you wanna bring your wife, Daisy?
Oh,
Little
yeah,
date?
Daisy would love a day out on the town.
All right, I'll hand you 2 tickets and give one to Chris. Here's one if you want, Ronnie. Otherwise, you can give it away.
For memory of David, I'll go along. Just because he loved that crap.
I think that's fair.
Right?
Maybe my mom and dad can go too if you have extras. Maybe I could probably buy some too.
I was given 10.
That's plenty. My goodness.
Yeah, so I can spare a couple more. Should save one for Father Stephen, though.
Yeah, he seems
So I'll
the
give
good,
you-
he seems the good sort.
So I can give you 2 more and give to your parents.
Sure, maybe that'll mend some old wounds. Probably not, but you give it a try.
Yeah?
Go see a show as a family.
It'll be fun, right? And not horrific at all. No Cthulhu monsters at all.
Nothing bad will ever happen.
Absolutely not. It'll be perfect and delightful.
You think Josh would want to go? It'd probably be good for his
Oh.
mental state, given my voice trails off.
I'll go see if he wants to go. That's a good idea, Stanley. I'm sure he misses David just as much as the rest of us.
Yeah. And does Ronnie see Ingrid and whoever is with her yet?
Yeah, they are. You saw Ingrid talking to your parents a little bit, and then she's kind of a little bit by herself. She seems to be kind of watching your parents, kind of waiting for like a cue a little bit as Harold is off mingling with the other magicians.
He'll eventually approach her, but we don't have to do it now. We can do it after other people do stuff too. Eventually, he'll go to her as well.
I mean, unless somebody wants to do something specifically, well, you're going to give Josh the tickets.
Give him one.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can join us.
I just want to briefly run down Father Stephen and just let him know that if he would be willing to invite those that were kind of investigating with David to maybe come back to the house after the church get together or whatever, if they would be willing. A friend of David's has some information that, and granted, he's showing probably a lot of desperation when he says this, that may have some information in regards to everything that happened.
Father would probably say that he's super busy with all the preparations for the family and for yourselves, and to maybe check with Stanley since you know Stanley. And he's probably already sitting with Melissa and Chris and the others.
That's fair. Then I'd probably just repeat the same to Stanley then. We don't have to, I mean, unless you want to get into it, we don't have to like get into it or anything, but just.
Yeah, I think Stanley is like when you approach, he's on his feet, and as you mentioned, he's just, of course, Mr. Wilcox, whatever you need, and he just kind of shoots like a scan over the rest of the group, and he's just nodding like for them.
And then I'll just, as I make my rounds with Betsy, when we stop by Ingrid, I'll let her know to maybe come by the house after the church event, and
Sure.
we can discuss more with David's friends and
Yep.
leave it at that. And then I continue my roundabout duties with Betsy.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Melissa, when you approach Josh, make a spot check to see what he's writing in his notebook.
No.
Okay. The only thing you kind of notice is that it doesn't look like he's writing words. It looks more like doodles,
Okay.
but they don't really make sense to you. But he seems excited about the ticket, and he will say that he will go tomorrow evening. And he's like, I
Alright.
gotta pick up my car from David, what's left of it.
Well,
So it
David
kind of,
would be happy you could save the car. You like that thing.
yeah, I did too.
Past tense.
He's like, when it wasn't dented. Ronnie, Ingrid's available if you want to approach her.
Okay. Yeah. Go up to her. Ingrid?
Ronnie!
I almost didn't
It's-
recognize you.
Same, it's been a while. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, David and I kind of fell apart since the war.
Yeah.
How are
Yeah,
you?
life.
How's life?
Well, I'm engaged, and that's wonderful.
Is there like a sense motive on that?
Yeah, actually, go ahead and make a sense motive.
What is it?
Do a psychology.
Oh,
Okay. There's something bothering her, but you don't think it's in connection with that. And she continues to say, I've been having a little bit of an issue with my father as well. I don't know what. We haven't been really seeing eye to eye in the last 2 years, and I haven't really seen him in the last 2 months.
she says that, and Ronnie glances over to wherever his dad is in the room and looks back and goes, I understand.
Your father's been kind enough. I had sent David a letter because it sounds like he was doing some investigative type work with some of his friends, see about getting their help.
Oh. Okay. First, I've heard of that part, I guess.
Yeah. Well, situation's gotten rather complicated. There was a break-in at my father's house
Oh.
a few days ago.
Somebody trying to learn his stuff?
That's what we think. The assailants were found dead in the home, though, by our caretaker. And the whole situation is very odd. I've been talking to our family attorneys, and they're not very happy with the police reports. And since I haven't seen my father in almost 2 months, I want it further investigated. We've been keeping it out of the papers, though. we don't need paparazzi or
Yeah,
more
yeah,
journalists
yeah.
coming around bothering me or Harold.
Fair enough. You think
So
that David's friends will help?
I'm hoping. I mean, I don't. This is all above my head as far as like these types of situations. I don't know who else really to turn to other than putting an ad out in the paper.
Wow. Is there anything I can
So,
do?
well, if maybe you can encourage his friends to help. I mean, I'd love your insight too into this. I feel as though you and I are kind of kindred spirits on the fact that I don't, while I traveled with my father for his magic show,
Yeah,
and my fiance is a magician.
you're not so much into the whole thing. I get that.
Yeah.
You never were, really.
No, I'm a bit more practical.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I'll see
Rather.
I'll see if I can convince them. I'll see if my dad even talked to them about it or not, and then I'll check in with them and see.
Sounds good. I think he mentioned being over at your parents' house in a couple hours, so I was just gonna. Harold has to go back to the theater to practice
Okay.
for his show tomorrow, but
Well, I'll
I
show
was
up.
gonna drop him off.
I'll show up and we'll see what's going on.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great seeing you again.
Yeah, good seeing you
Sadly,
too.
it's under the circumstances, but
You know, and my condolences again. I really feel terrible bringing this upon you and your family during this time.
yeah, it gives us something else to think about.
Yeah. True.
And then he'll go look for his dad.
Yeah.
Just stand there and wait till he's done conversing with whoever he's conversing with.
I don't know. Who am I conversing with at the moment?
Probably just another magician. And then you see Ronnie walk up to you. You
Oh,
could
okay. Oh,
easily exit out of the conversation.
excuse me there for a moment. Hi there, son.
I have something for you and Mom. I hand you the
Okay.
tickets.
Oh.
I mean, you know I'm not a big fan, but I figured I was able to get these tickets. We can go with some of David's friends. It might be a fun thing for everyone.
You know, that would be a nice way to sort of celebrate your brother.
Ingrid said that they're helping with something. You mind if I swing by?
Yeah, yes, please. Actually, I was wondering, uh, hoping if perhaps you'd stay the night. Uh, your mother and I, well, it would be nice to have you around the house.
Sure.
Uh,
You know, I'm come by anytime you guys ask me to. I mean, that's the
of
whole
course,
reason I'm
of
doing the
course.
things I am, is to help you guys out. So
We appreciate it very much.
I know the last couple times I was able to come to town, you were busy.
No, sometimes the stars don't always seem to align. Admittedly, the magicians keep odd schedules.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later this evening, I guess. I'm gonna go check in with Mom.
Yes, yes. Very good.
I'll tell her that I gave you the tickets.
Oh, yeah, yes, thank you. He'll pocket them away and kind of awkwardly pat you on the side of the shoulder, not really know what to
Yeah,
say.
he doesn't either.
Super awkward.
Feelings.
Yeah.
Feelings in the 1920s? Who'd have
Yeah.
thought?
Yeah.
Feelings. Nothing more. Okay.
Yeah, and Betsy's not hard to find either.
Yeah. Hey, Mom, I guess people are coming over afterwards.
Yeah.
And Dad mentioned he wanted me to stay, but I figured I'd stay with you guys anyhow. But
Yeah, we have the
no
spare
sense in me
bedroom.
staying somewhere else.
Yeah,
I
we
know
have the spare
he's-
bedroom in the house, or there's one of the rooms in your brother's apartment above the magic shop if you want to stay there.
Fuck that. I mean, no, thank you.
You see she's like has her plate
Sorry,
of food
Mom.
and it looks like she's barely touched it. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna start going and prepping some food for when people get to the house."
Okay, you need me to pick up anything at the store?
Um, yeah, like, and she leans in, she's like, "Whatever you see here, not this garbage." And she like scrapes the food into the bin.
He's like, well, church food, Mom. Church food.
And she was
Yeah.
like, "Good sandwiches, Doris."
Yep.
Sounds
So
good.
the funeral wraps up in the after dinner or the after lunch. Unless somebody is eager to do something else, I'm just gonna kind of skip time for when we're back at the house. Do we want to take like a 5-minute bathroom break?
I would love that.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, now's a good time.
Sounds good. Then we will take a quick break. We will be back in just a few short minutes, guys. If you're in the chat, please stick around. We're also going to run an ad, so please stay through on that. If you want to not deal with ads, you can always click that sub button and help us out. And otherwise, we will see you in a few short minutes. There, I pushed the wrong button. We went to starting soon for a half a second. That's okay.
Oh
Hmm.
gosh.
Oops. We're back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around through the break. Here we are. We continue the Call of Cthulhu.
Yes. So just a quick reminder before we get started, if people want to spend challenge points, you can affect the game at this point. And I'm gonna pull up to see. You can basically either give me or the players a die roll. You can give us a penalty die. Is that correct, Nick?
There's bad luck, so you can give bad luck to either or.
Yep.
Or you can give the GM extra dice because, of course, it wouldn't be Call of Cthulhu if it was, swung mostly towards the players. So you can give the GM extra dice to roll, or you can just give anyone extra skill dice, an extra skill dice.
And the bad luck, how that works is that typically goes to anyone, but if it goes to like a player, I just kind of have like whatever they're doing, like a random mishap seems to happen. Like last game, Dr. John had his favorite white press shirt that his mother made for him, and that got dirty and torn, and that really upset him the last game. Or I had somebody come home early when the investigators were looking in their house. So we move on now to a little bit later in the day. Betsy, you've been working in the kitchen, and kind of while you're working in the kitchen, your mind trails back to like earlier in the morning and kind of when you were slipping in and out of time. And you kind of realize you don't remember what you did with the head that you found in David's closet. And so probably not something you can deal with now.
Turn it up, yeah. Turn it up, yeah. Turn it up, yeah. Turn it up, yeah.
And just to clarify, Betsy only found one head, correct?
Correct.
So that means there's 4 other heads somewhere in the house. Crap. Okay.
But
Someone
you kind of
has been granted bad luck.
Oh.
Betsy gets bad
Betsy.
luck.
You found one.
Son of a bitch.
In the pie you were making.
Yeah.
You left the pie in the oven.
Yeah.
Or all the food goes bad.
Yeah.
Start a fire
So
in the
you're
kitchen.
kind of dwelling on that. And what would you
love it?
for everybody?
What was that?
What would you be making for everybody?
So I heard that there was going to be like someone was going to make a pot roast and someone else had made like some sandwiches and stuff. So I have my own pot roast.
Yeah.
That's being made, and then like making some fresh bread so people can make their own pot roast sandwiches with some mashed potatoes and gravy and carrots.
As you're checking your pot roast, you realize that you flipped the calculations for your seasoning on the pot roast. And to like a normal person that just is like happy to have pot roast, not very noticeable. But to somebody with your skill level, it upsets you the rest of the day. And there's like the thought that you could start over, but it takes so long to cook.
Yeah, that I can't.
You can't. And so you're going to be serving people subpar food.
After just talking such a big game about the
church food.
about the church food.
About the church food.
A
little sorry pop-up.
I like frantically look for like other things that I can also make. Because if I like find other things that I could try to elevate the rest of the dish, maybe people will overlook this subpar pot roast.
Sure. Make a luck roll.
A luck roll.
Yeah. See if you find some.
Success.
You find. Oh, Rachel doesn't. You find the ingredients that you have prepped for like a strawberry shortcake.
I whip up a strawberry shortcake. We need a good dessert.
Yeah. And you're already baking bread, so that's easy enough to like put together.
Perfect.
And then you have potatoes for like mashed potatoes too.
That works. I'll do those.
So everybody starts arriving to the house. Do the formal greetings, kind of get gathered, get more food together. depending on how hungry all of you are. Kind of like you
So I
just
got that
already
going.
ate, and then you're getting more
Which is
heavy
nice.
food. But
Yeah.
part
And I'm
of the
guessing
thing,
I
you
was
just
there
eat.
first because I went to the grocery store to get the food for her to cook.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
always eating. I have a metabolism to keep up.
Yeah. So, Stanley, you're real appreciative.
This pot roast is great.
For a second, he's just being nice to me because my son died.
Yeah.
She starts crying.
Into your pot roast.
She starts crying, and I'm just like,
Sandy. Hey, you succeeded.
Then she calms us. She's like, "Sorry, it's been stressful, and I
So I
want to
got
just
that going. Which is nice.
I just want to make sure everything is perfect for you all. You were David's closest friends, and I know that you all said that he saved you that night, but I really feel, I mean, besides these last few months, he only really ever got excited about being on the road and when he would meet up with his occasional war buddies. I mean, it felt like he was just sticking around town to help work with the shop. It didn't feel like he wanted to be here, and you all made it feel like it was a place he should be, not a place he was stuck being at. So, thank you. And this food was kind of how I can show how appreciative I am of this time that you all gave him.
You see,
Ronnie shoves a whole piece of bread in his mouth so he doesn't say anything. And
did you see?
and
Sorry.
Dad and Mom probably know this trick of his. He knows when to shut up, but he knows he has to do something to keep himself shut up. So he's just like, because he knows when he's going to say something really not nice, and they recognize that he knows that.
And I was just going to say, as far as William goes, he just kind of smiles and kind of holds hands with Betsy and kind of to reinforce that statement. But you get kind of a wistfulness when she talks about how he was more excited working for you guys than for the magic shop, and like you get the sense that William didn't really know that. He just assumed that David was all in on the magic. So that he's trying to process that as far as like what other things didn't I know, and maybe I didn't think I was as close to my son as I thought I was, and like you kind of see all this, like all of that's kind of running in the background as he's just kind of smiling and nodding.
well, for what it's worth, Miss Wilcox, I think that David did still really love magic. And then Stanley like starts thinking about maybe I shouldn't tell her what kind of magic he really loves. He just in his head, the dialogue continues just he found real magic.
Yeah, something about making space beer.
Yeah, he was able to use the skills that he learned in the magic shop and on the road with people, and to really, you know, benefit people in the town and help with their investigations.
Well, if that's the case, I do have a few of his belongings that maybe the rest of you could use to help with your investigations. And she like walks into a room and pulls out a little box. She goes, I know these had to come in handy. As you see, she pulls out a multicolored endless handkerchief and 6 pinches of flash powder. He kept going through this flash powder a lot. I mean, I don't think the stores ever sold as much as when he started hanging out with all of you. And um, there's a few other things I found. I think he had some caving equipment in his room that I think might belong to you,
Ah,
Professor Parker.
yes, yes. The spelunker.
Um, he also had like uh, his traveling cards and some other tricks that he would pull out on the street for entertaining the youths. I'm not sure if any of you would um would want to uh would want to do those. Um,
Traveling cards like business cards?
No,
no,
more
like
for close-up magic.
yes.
Cards,
Oh.
coins of the
Melissa, I believe I saw
Mickey
you
Mouse.
talking with the esteemed um Mr. Was it Harold?
Max.
With Max. Something about teaching you some tricks. Maybe this might be a good place for you to learn.
I would be honored to take David's cards.
Good, good. Um, I did find a couple of other weirder things that maybe some of you might know more about than I do.
Weird how?
Well, and she pulls out a doctor's prescription pad.
Yep.
But remember, out of character, remember Stanley and Father Stephen were talking about his drug habits.
Yeah.
Oh,
To Betsy. To Betsy.
Mm-hmm.
is that Dr. John's pad? He must
I
have.
believe it must be. Could you give this back to them then?
Of course.
Oh, you're such a good one, Stanley.
Ronnie and William, you can roll a psychology.
Okay.
Huh.
Oh, Ronnie. You again, you're a gambler. It's your mom. You could read your mom pretty well. And then Stanley, you've kind of just met. There seems to be they're passing a secret message to each other to kind of just like cover up the fact that it's not just like somebody's lost
Yeah.
pad. There's more to the story. Like, do a spot check too.
Hard success.
Yeah, it's not Dr. John. It's a completely different name that you don't recognize. It says from Danvers Asylum on it.
Okay.
So yeah, there's something. Do with that information as you will. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember that doctor's name.
Dr. Berger.
Dr. Berger. Yeah, that's the name.
Dr. Evil Bad Guy.
Yeah. Um,
Okay.
And I guess since we're kind of going through some of the things, there was two last things that he wanted to give you, Ronnie.
Me?
Yeah, he he had written a letter of things that he wanted to give to people when he got burned pretty bad doing, well, he said it was one of his tricks he was practicing. I'm wondering now if it wasn't one of his tricks. But he thought he was going to die. He wanted some of his things to be given to people. And the last things were for you, Ronnie. One was his magician's cane. He said that it might help you out while you're doing business. Um, and you recognize that, yeah, it's his walking stick. But you know, it's one of the things that he had brought back with him from the war. It's a sword cane. Um, and it also looks like his mom has no idea that there's a weapon inside this walking stick.
Oh.
And then like the last item, she's like, I don't know if I should give this to you, but he said it's something that a lot of the people brought back with them from the war. And well, it's his service revolver. He you know, a lot of the guys gave them to kids or their younger brothers, and he figured that, you know, you kind of keep on with that tradition. And she hands it to you, and you see it's like, yeah, his 38 service revolver from the army.
Yeah. He kind of stares at it for a while, but eventually reluctantly takes it.
Can you make a spot hidden check on it?
Yes, I can, and I do.
The serial number has been filed off. It probably is not from his time in the army.
Then he as soon as he realizes that, then he just takes it. There's no reticence to it. There's almost an irritance. Like Ronnie's almost irritated at it. Of course. And he's like, of course.
And then there's a box with 94 bullets left.
Okay.
And she's like, and for you, William, he left his top hat, the one that he wore on his first tour. It is a top hat with a hidden compartment in it.
Oh.
There is no rabbit.
Just gonna say it's for those rabbits.
There should be one, but there is not currently.
I will kind of go through the motions of doing like the little magical gestures more to distract people as I go to check the hidden compartment, because more for the fact that, you know, a magician never tells their secrets. So I don't want to necessarily give it away to the rest of you that there's a secret compartment, but I'll check it just to see if there was something in there. Don't know if there would be or not.
Well, I will leave that up to Matt. Would he have stored something in the secret compartment?
Actually, yes, there's lock picks. And a set of handcuffs in there.
Was not expecting that.
So you're like, magical, haha! Oh shit!
Oh.
And I'll just kind of.
Even Ronnie
I'll
chuckles.
I'll close the. Well, yeah. Well, no, I probably. Well, yeah,
Actually,
no. Well, tell you what. I will pull the handcuffs out and kind of laugh, but I'm gonna try to palm the lockpick so because that that's
you
probably what's given me the biggest shock, so to speak.
because I want to be mean, you also find this paper.
Oh hell!
Oh no.
In it, because I think
Oh.
that was the last spell that you were learning.
It was. Actually, he had actually learned it when the
Yeah.
game started,
Yeah.
but hadn't been able to use it.
Yep.
Well, what? Okay.
I have a 5% fast talk. I probably visibly pale when I see that paper
has
come
been
out.
granted bad luck.
Oh,
Who is bad luck?
William.
William.
Wait.
Well, I haven't. I guess I haven't. Should I roll my sleight of hand, or do you want me to do something funky with it?
Well, you were so focused on sleight of handing the first thing that you actually didn't notice the paper like at
Sure.
first. It just because you know how sometimes top hats have like that round paper
Sure.
in the top, so that's just what you assumed it was. So you effortlessly sleight of hand the lockpicks,
Okay.
but when you do that, the paper slips out of the hat. So then everybody sees like it slip up, and then like the spell like slowly start to fall on the table.
Oh. What's that? And I'll reach for it, I guess.
And
I don't know any better.
you can make an occult roll.
Oh.
Oh, everybody can make an occult roll. Some of you just know.
Know what it is. I'm not even.
I do not know.
I do not know.
Do the three of us, Melissa, Parker, me, know what this is?
Yeah. You might not know what specific spell.
Yeah, my occult was such a failure that it's like, yeah, that's a bit of magic that'll probably work that I think he maybe learned, but I don't know what the fuck he does.
That's okay.
Guess I'll roll it to know specifics, but yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming magic is like my magic. So I'm like, honestly, I'm looking at that thing like it doesn't even look like any sort of magic trick I've ever seen or heard of. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
So you just see confusion pretty much on William's face as he looks at it. It's like, did my son, I mean, maybe my son wrote it in some sort of a code?
Someone's been given extra skill dice.
William with extra skill dice.
So what do I do with that?
So
Is that for
basically,
the occult or?
yeah, it can be a call or whatever skill. If you want to try making another, like if you want to kind of spend time studying it to try to see if you can make rationale or heads of tails of it. Or
I think I'm gonna honestly. I feel like it's a little distracting of our intended purpose of inviting everyone here. So I'm gonna be like, all right, well, I will, no pun intended, scroll it away for now, and
yeah, I will say.
You can look at it
go ahead.
later, but no,
Yeah.
that's it.
I will say for Betsy, some of like the symbols on it you recognize from the head. Because the head also, while it was preserved, had runes or had symbols carved into
Yep.
it. And you didn't make that connection before
I
because you
would
had
like
nothing to compare it to.
I would like to make a psychology check to figure out if I bring up these heads, if it would literally break people's brains in this room. Now, I don't know if that's succeeding or failing. I will leave that up to you.
You you're
Because,
still kind of on the fence.
Okay.
So I think you're smart enough to know that obviously your son was doing things that neither you or his father or brother understood.
Mhm.
But probably the people that did understand them are in this room.
Okay.
And you know your husband and your son, even on a failure.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you should tell them
Mhm.
because you shouldn't keep secrets from your family.
Mhm.
How they're gonna take it,
I have no idea.
you don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
The other people, you're guessing you would assume maybe they do something about the heads, but you would also,
Like, I don't know. That's the problem.
yeah, like,
Raid! Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, Purpley Duff. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. How are you? How is your stream? How is Phasmophobia? I was lurking on watching while we were doing this. I had you up in the background. There's some Dead by Daylight. If you guys like Phasmophobia, if you guys like Dead by Daylight and other games, go and check out Purpley Dove.
Yeah!
Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for the raid. We're doing some tabletop role-playing today. Call of Cthulhu.
Yes, I'm being stubborn today.
Eldritch Horror role-playing game. Eldritch Horror. So welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. We appreciate you coming in. I hope you had a great stream. That's your second stream today, right? You were streaming earlier this morning too, I believe. So thank you again so much. I don't want to take away from the time of all of our people, but welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you for joining us. Come on in. Hang on out. We don't just do tabletop role-playing. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays are also video games. Mondays is talk show night. But today is Wednesday, and today is tabletop role-playing day.
So yeah, Betsy, up to you if you want to bring up the severed head.
I think not right now. Because that might cause problems. Like right now, Betsy's going through some issues because like she just buried her firstborn son.
Yeah.
However, she no longer perceives time in a linear fashion, and that I think is causing more problems than trying to figure out what to do with the missing severed head that's somewhere in her house.
Yeah.
So she's going to be like, well, now that we're all here and David's belongings have been given to those that he wanted to have them, I think we should all listen.
Thank you for that gifted sub.
Listen to Ingrid here. She reached out to David hoping to get his and all of your help. Her father's been missing for the last 2 months. She was hoping maybe some of you could give some assistance. Apparently, the word around town is that you're known for fixing things that the police cannot.
Well, and that you even have connections with the police, which may help since they're trying to keep the things under hush. I guess Ingrid can explain it more, but
Yeah, so, and I apologize, I don't think I've met all of you. My name is Ingrid Swartz. My family is long, well, ever since I was little, has known the Wilcoxes. My father, his actual name is Axel, but he goes by the Great Memphis, is well, a celebrity magician who's traveled across Europe and over the US. He's been missing for the past 2 months. About 2 years ago, he went to the Himalayas with him and his assistant Josephine, and they were gone a long time. And when they came back, well, Josephine's always been kind of scary, but she's more so now. And there's something different about my father. To the point I moved out, I got my own apartment and everything just because he was just not the best person to be around. And I've checked in on him from time to time, and usually, like, he's disappeared before, like researching new magic techniques, spells, but he's usually kept in touch or like taken Josephine with him. And she's here. I haven't heard from him in 2 months. And so I had previously wrote David about that to see if he could maybe track down my father. But about 4 days ago, there was a break-in at my father's house with 3 burglars, and they were killed in my childhood home. The police wanted to wrap up the investigation right away, and so they've stated that the burglars killed each other. But the way that they died just doesn't make sense. My lawyer doesn't think it makes sense. And so we want to find out what happened and make sure it didn't have any connection with my father's death, or not my father's death, hopefully he's not dead, my father's disappearance. I don't know the circumstances on David's death. I don't know if it just seems odd to me.
And Ingrid doesn't know anything about his whereabouts.
Mm-mm.
Have you been to his house since the break-in?
I tried. The way they died was too horrific for me to look at.
The police didn't clean up?
They haven't yet. They recently just wrapped up the case. They might have cleaned up by now, but when I went there, it wasn't. They were killed by some of the props that my father had. One of them was hanged. The other one, and she kind of like takes a breath, not really wanting to get into much detail, but she continues. The other one somehow got into a wrist chopper and had his hands and feet removed. And the other one was impaled by a sword. So that's why it's odd that the police would say that they killed each other.
It almost sounds like magical tricks gone
Wrong.
like horribly bad. Yeah.
I'm afraid other than that, I don't have too much information. The other thing, I really don't want to bring it up, but because I love my fiance, but just thinking through it logically, I don't know why my father and my fiance, they had a falling out. Everybody knows that. It happened not too long after that trip to the Himalayas. My father just started treating him differently, but he was treating everyone differently. And I think Harold took it very personal. I know Harold and my father recently spoke before he left, but it wasn't for very long, and then he was back home. I don't think he did anything to my father or sent him away or anything. I don't think Harold is a man capable of that. And I know for certain that him and I were together when the criminals were killed. So he had nothing to do with that. But what I'm just saying is, if you go questioning people, maybe, I don't know. I love my fiance, but maybe if you could press him for what actually happened with the falling out, or maybe if he knows something. I'm wondering if my father said something to him about where he was going and Harold's just not telling me.
I have a question for my player brain. Ingrid was the woman standing next to Max, who is the one Josephine was glaring at?
Standing next to Harold. Max is tan guy that was flirting with Melissa.
Okay. So Josephine was glaring at Max and not at Harold?
No, she was glaring at Harold.
There were 4 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the beginning, not 3.
Yeah, my brain just deleted one of them, which is why
Yeah.
I was like, I know I'm missing something, so I had to clarify.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Max and Harold are different people, but I don't think anybody spoke to Harold.
No.
But I did talk to Josephine, so I think Chris will interject and say, Josephine said she was glaring at Harold. I asked about Harold. She said that he was a thief, that he had stolen some secrets. And if she was working for your dad, maybe that's part of what their falling out was?
It could be.
I mean, magicians are very secretive about special tricks and whatnot to save I mean, there's a reason why magicians never share their secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly.
Harold, to kind of give a little bit more insight, Harold was my father's apprentice. That's how Harold and I met. Was he traveled on the road with us. And they used to be very close. It was almost like Harold was already a part of the family. And then after that trip and after we got engaged.
So you see that guy shows up and swings at you, and it scrapes across your armor as you cast your spell.
Go. Mithril breastplate, bitch.
So that's what happened. No.
Thank you, Purpley, for that.
But yeah, then they had their falling out. So Harold's been very ambitious, especially with his new show and some of his new tricks.
We're actually going to see that.
Oh. Tomorrow night?
I've heard great things about it.
Oh, yes, my dear. They were kind enough to. Ronnie was wonderful in helping us get some tickets.
Oh, thank you, Ronnie.
Well,
that is great.
Came from David's friends, actually.
Oh. Well, thank you, David's friends.
Well, I can introduce you to him tomorrow after the show.
That would be great, actually.
Yeah,
he was very distraught about the funeral and then also very focused on his performance tomorrow, so he wasn't very talkative today, but I can introduce you and then try to make my excuse to leave the room so you can question him.
Sure.
I mean, do you not trust your fiance? Like, do you think he wouldn't answer our questions if you're present? Or do you not want to know what we're asking him?
I think a bit of both. Harold, I've pressed him myself, and he's dodged. He's given me answers. I don't.
You don't
I
believe?
just know that he knows something.
He's not giving you the full truth?
Yes. And
I understand.
Maybe he's trying to save you from something.
That's what I'm wondering. And so if I'm just not there, he might open up.
Well, you could introduce us and then say, I'll go make everybody tea and vacate the room that way. That's a very common way to, you know.
That's what I was
hostess,
thinking.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
Speaking of tea, would anybody like a refresher? I can go put a new pot on.
Betsy, how about you stay seated and I will go take care of the tea.
Thank you. The sugar cubes are in the canister.
Don't worry about it. I'll find it. It's just relax. You need to be here. I'll go take care of the tea.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Chris finds another skull. In a sugar cabinet.
And as you walk in, like, there's a jar labeled coffee grounds. That's where I've put the good cookies. You could bring some of them out for everyone as well.
Okay. Got it.
I'll kind of
anything to see if I actually find and make decent tea.
Ronnie goes, wait, that's where those cookies are?
Yes, because you ate all of the cookies in the cookie jar. You and your brother were terrible. And as she says that, her eyes are just looking at her husband, but not saying he was part of the cookie theft.
He knows.
and totally unapologetic lean over to Stanley and go, I knew where the cookies were.
Oh my god.
Ingrid also mentions that she did reach out to her attorneys to see about scheduling a time with their caretaker. He was the one that actually found the bodies. And so I they have time available tomorrow, mid-morning after he does his rounds, where you could meet with the attorneys and the caretaker, and he can explain what he saw.
Does the caretaker like live on site?
He doesn't.
Okay, so when the caretaker does their rounds, like, is it just like they show up in the morning, do their rounds kind of thing?
Yeah. He
Okay.
basically, when father's gone, he goes, checks the lawn, does any yard work, and then he just checks the house to make sure
I
that
see.
there's nothing that make sure that everything's in order.
But no one's there overnight or anything like that.
My father does have a cook, but she comes in once a week and
Okay.
kind of prepares meals as needed. But my father likes to cook for himself.
Was she in the house at the time, or were they out of the?
She wasn't in the house. I could give you her information to see when the last. I mean, she
Oh,
hasn't been there in a while.
I was just curious in terms of getting an idea of when, understanding better who may have been around the place, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like they had plenty of time to do the. I guess the point I was trying to get to is usually with some of these magic tricks, at least when they're setting things up, especially if you're not used to rehearsing the trick several times to get the timing down, it can take a little bit of time to set certain things up. But it sounds like they had plenty of time in the evening to kill themselves, as the police said, and or enough time to do the deed. Let's put it that way. There wasn't anyone there to stumble across them quickly, I guess, is what I may be trying to say. Sorry.
No, it's the only peoples that I'm aware of that have keys is myself. Well, the cook, the groundskeeper, and then our attorneys. And my father, obviously.
Josephine does not have keys to the house.
I don't know. She does come and go from there when my father's there. Usually.
What? Did David know Josephine?
I don't think so.
Why was she at his funeral today if she doesn't even know him?
Chris shouts from the kitchen. She's like, she said she was there on behalf of her boss.
Yeah, my father did know him.
Well, that means...
So that means she's in contact with your father.
Yeah. It seems so.
Like, if she didn't know David, the only reason she'd be here is to... If she's there on behalf of your dad, then that...
That is a good point.
Yeah, unfortunately with Josephine, well, I don't like her, so I just avoid her.
Yeah, most people that I know her avoid her as well.
Chris comes back in with the tea tray and the good cookies and the coffee grounds bin and
the skull.
Like, yeah, Josephine was kind of a bitch at the funeral, so I'm not surprised if people don't like her.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. She's a bit standoffish.
I mean, yes, she is well, if she were older, I would call her curmudgeonly, but I don't think we have to denigrate her to the level of a dog.
Well,
Mhm.
fair. I may have misspoken, although I wouldn't call her curmudgeonly either. That feels too kind.
True. I will admit she has some anger issues.
I do have a question about Josephine for you, Ingrid. When
Huh?
she went on the trip, is that when she lost her eye?
She was missing an eye.
If you, looking at the picture of her, it looks like she's missing an eye.
Oh,
Now, she might not be missing an eye,
no,
but I
that's
just
just the
saw
No,
the
art.
picture.
That's just the art.
Oh, okay, never mind then. I take that back. I wouldn't.
I
'Cause I'm
said
like,
the same
if she
thing, but
lost an
you weren't
eye
here. I
while
was
on
Yeah.
like,
this trip,
that's
of
the
course
art
she's
is
probably
horrible. Like,
pissed.
Yeah. That's what we're all saying. It's like it looks like that she has one eye only.
Yeah. Okay.
She
Never mind then.
I will say she was before the trip. Well, if we're being blunt, she's always been very into her own appearance and into her own looks. Since the trip, she's been insufferable, I would say, to be around. And I don't know how to describe it, but there's a darkness in her. And there's also was a darkness in my father when they came back. And I love my father, so I can see past it. But with her, it scares me. And so
Mm.
I just, if possible, I want nothing to do with her.
Do you know if they went to see a physician about any diseases that they may have picked up or parasites while on the trip? That could
No,
explain some changes that both of them got.
I mean, they could have, but I'm not aware of it.
You know where we
Well,
can find Josephine to speak with her?
I know she drinks and smokes. So
Well, that's
wherever
illegal,
people,
right?
huh?
That's illegal, right?
Drinking is.
Drinking, yeah.
all right, I was
That
actually
narrows
looking for
down
my
the.
where those notes were that you said, but I don't know. I can't find
Oh,
them in the thing. Are they in the roll 20 or in the character sheet?
in the character sheet in the bio. I
Bio.
guess, Ronnie, you know that you've seen
Oh,
her at a
oh.
speak.
I found it. Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, we know of a speakeasy that she might have heard of. But also, if she thinks Harold has been stealing stuff, perhaps she'll be at his show tomorrow night.
She might be. I haven't particularly looked for her, but I haven't seen her at any shows. But I'm usually backstage.
Yeah, and I know how to find her. I say.
Oh,
Sorry, I missed some of the conversation because that's what I was looking for that information.
Yep. Yeah, Ronnie, the speakeasy that you know of is called the Clamp.
Yeah. And she just is seen there. She doesn't work there.
No, she doesn't work there. She just she goes there to have a drink and
Gotcha.
smoke, and she does talk to people. Mostly guys. Get free drinks.
I do some work at a joint that she shows up to once in a while.
Ronnie, give me an idea roll.
Idea.
Yeah, it
What's
might be
that?
under intelligence. Let's call them.
Is it a skill or is it a?
It should. Let me pull up Josephine's. Or not Josephine, Ingrid's.
Yeah, I don't see idea anywhere.
You can just do an int check.
Extreme success.
Nice.
Nice.
If there was a break-in and criminals were killed, you could also talk to the other person in your bio. Orson. Or one of his associates.
Oh, up there. I was looking for a separate thing. I was like, I don't remember seeing that.
Yep. It's a little bit risky, but
Yeah, I don't say anything.
say that. Yeah.
Because I try to stay away from that kind of shit.
But
and I don't want to get these guys involved in stuff. So it's like, well, actually, I'll just mention. I'll be like, I think there's a guy. I hear that there's a guy that works with the less savory people of the area, named Orson. Of course, you didn't get the name from me because I try to stay away from that kind of stuff. But people talk. People talk at the card tables.
Well, would tomorrow morning work for all of you? At say like 10 a.m. to meet with my attorney? I can give you the address. And I think they've subpoenaed some of the police evidence.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I can also give you, and she'll pull out a key. This is the key to my father's home. And she'll just slide that over to William.
Okay.
Like I said, any time. And then I'll see you at the show tomorrow night.
We'll see you there, dear.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect. Is there anything else you guys would like to do kind of for the remainder of this day? Or I guess Ingrid, like after kind of dinner and after talking, she'll excuse herself and leave. To meet up with Harold.
What's kind of the order in which people leave? Because I'm guessing everybody doesn't just get up and all go at the same time, or...
Ingrid would probably be the first person to leave.
Okay.
Chris probably leaves not too long after because, I mean, if she's gonna lose all of tomorrow, she needs to go home and grade some papers and make sure her lesson plans are up to, like, she's gotta go do that professory shit.
Yeah.
Can't leave my students in a lurch just because I'm following something interesting.
I'd probably leave with Chris because we live near each other.
Yeah, I think I'd leave after them, go home, see Daisy.
Before Stanley leaves, but after Chris and Melissa leave. Ronnie's gonna look at be like, by the way, I'm just kind of curious, and he kind of will mention it to Stanley.
Like, am I about to get Columboed?
But yeah. And one last thing. The was my brother. Who's Dr. Berger? And why did my brother have a entire notepad of empty prescriptions?
I think Stanley shares a look with Betsy.
And he says it quietly, like out of his dad's earshot. So like his dad doesn't know, because obviously his dad didn't know, but Stanley and Betsy had an idea what was going on.
And she just kind of looks at you.
One of the places one of our investigations took us was overseen by a man by the name of Dr. Berger. He was someone we were investigating. He was the head physician over a facility called Danvers State Asylum.
So he just stole it from him?
Confiscated it in the acts of our investigation is how I would be more likely to frame that.
Why? Did I have some bearing on your investigation? With a stack of prescriptions? And why keep it a secret from everybody else? Like if it's as innocent as that, saying that it belonged to your friend Dr. John and it must have gotten lost here, that seems kind of a stretch when all of your friends were here. You could have just said, hey, this was that thing he swiped.
I think Stanley is starting to sweat now.
Yeah, I was like,
Do you know much about Danvers State Asylum or current events regarding it?
Being a nurse, would I know anything about that?
yeah, because you would know that there was a huge explosion that pretty much killed everyone there. I mean, that would be
Yeah, terrible news. I heard they had a boiler explosion or something like that that killed all of the residents and people that were working at the asylum. It was very sad. Um, I helped set up the potluck for the survivors or the family of those that passed.
yeah.
Investigation was really sensitive because we learned that the staff was conducting some very unethical activities. With the patients.
Oh.
You could I mean, you can roll a psychology on Stanley because
I
he's
will
not a
do-
great fast talker, and
Well,
there's
because like
stuff
the
he's
fact that
holding
like
back.
Mom was also hiding the secrets on whatever it
I
was.
failed.
It's like, so both of you are in on cahoots on whatever the lie is.
Ooh.
I would say, Ronnie, you could have an extra die on that.
Oh, that's a success, isn't that?
That
That's
might
a hard
be
success.
hard success.
So
28.
it's a little bit of a tangled web. Yes, there is one thing that your mom and Stanley are in cahoots on, which is the prescription pad.
Yeah. And they keep changing the subject.
Yeah. Your mom is oblivious to the Danvers thing. I mean, besides, she knew about the explosion.
Yeah, and she obviously
But
read
she
what
knew
the
that-
card says. It says on there that it's, from the Danvers Asylum and Dr. Berger. Like, it said it on
Probably
there, so she
something
knew
a
that.
lot bigger that Stanley is hiding.
Right.
Stanley is obviously hiding something. Like, he's choosing his words very carefully and very much skirting around the truth. And you think at first it's for Betsy's benefit, but
So just for
you got a hard
clarification, Ronnie doesn't care about that. Ronnie's asking about, like, it was said that this belonged to someone else. And why is that a lie that Mom and Stanley are putting forth in front of everybody?
Yeah, and you hang out. I mean, you hang out at
Like, he-
Speakeasy. You've been a
Does his psychology tell him that let him pick up that it's for two different reasons that we are not on the same page about?
yeah.
Oh.
So I kind of just assumed that Ronnie's seen, like, people with addiction issues.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah. So on the one hand, on Betsy's angle, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, it's to hide, like, the potential of, like, my son might have a drug problem and he just died, and so I'm trying to, like, bury some of his secrets.
No, it's, oh my God, there's a missing severed head in the house. And if I talk about a drug pad, maybe that will get things about drugs rather than a missing severed head.
Yeah, that's the real reason. I'm like, I don't know how Ronnie, like, with this psychology, how you would confer that there's a severed head.
No, but he could defer that, like, she's trying to wants to have this conversation as long as possible, so because there's something else going on that she'd rather talk about the notepad.
Yeah. There's that whole thing where everybody's like, when you pass away, you want to tell the one person about the box of secrets in your room to go and destroy it before, like, your close family and relatives do that. David didn't do that. He made a will, but he didn't do that one step. And so your mom is finding the box of stuff. So there's probably more.
Then when Ronnie realizes that both of them have two completely different angles,
yeah,
and realizes some of that, like, because he doesn't care about the Danvers stuff. Right. He just wants to know about his brother and what the hell is that. But then he realizes that there are different things and they're not actually working together to, like, whatever. Then he's just like, okay. And so Ronnie just drops it once he realizes it.
Now, I will say, Betsy, if you are hyper-focused on the severed head in your house, because I'm a mean person.
Okay.
There is a limited number of people in your house right now.
Yeah.
Where you could offload that secret. But your husband, I'm assuming, is, like, doing the dishes or something, William.
Yeah, so it's just
Yeah,
like
I'd totally be, to give Betsy a break, I would totally be like cleaning the dishes and
so
picking
it's
up
just
after everything.
right now Stanley and Ronnie.
Yeah.
In the room. Okay.
And Ronnie would apologize. He's like, I'm sorry. It seemed really weird. Almost, I just needed to know if my brother had issues, and it really seemed like he had issues and people were covering up for it. And I felt I should know.
Oh, I think there's some type of issues. So it might have
Stanley
been
sits back down.
it might have been this morning or
You realize that's not
yesterday
what Ronnie was looking for.
or the night when we found out that he passed. But I was going through his room and I heard, can I put it, singing coming from his closet. That's like the face that I'm looking for at Stanley. And when I
like a music box, or
or like could have been like a music box or a radio playing. It sounded like a very, you know how like you're between radio stations and the words aren't perfectly right, or you sometimes get on like the Spanish channel. I thought it was like that. It sounded like 5 or 6 voices trying to sing a Christmas carol. But what I just remember is there there was a severed head in the closet that was singing a Christmas song.
A severed head. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wait, Ronnie first is like at what Mom's saying is like, wait, what? But then when Stanley does that, it's like psychology.
With advantage.
Bonus, is that what I do?
Yep.
There we go.
What is that? That just changes the first number, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 9 to a 4. And remember, you get your check marks.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I've only succeeded at 2 skills, but both of them repeatedly.
So when you succeed at a roll, you get a check mark?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, and William, I would say go ahead and make a listen roll. And I'm gonna give you an extra die because I'm assuming that like you hear like Ronnie.
You don't need to.
Yeah.
28.
So you're doing the dishes and you don't catch all of the conversation.
Rachel, your microphone must have got moved.
There, is that better?
A little bit.
Maybe? Okay. My headset could be dying too. You don't catch all of the conversation, but you definitely catch like Ronnie's his reaction to something being said.
Do I hear any of them say the words severed and head?
Yes.
I'm going to take a moment to process that, and then I was like, sorry, Betsy, what was that about the cinnamon bread?
We should make some for tomorrow so we can have it before we all meet up.
Okay. And then I'm going to like clink dishes to make it sound like I'm still cleaning, but I'm totally going to be paying attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie, you read Stanley. I don't feel like I need to explain that, like, obviously he is feigning shock.
Okay. So, which makes me think, okay, so Mom's not off her rocker.
Yep. Like, there's something off about your mother. but
Well,
and you can't totally.
My brother just
But I
died
mean,
today.
like,
It's understandable.
Yeah, it's understandable. But she's not hallucinating completely.
So should we call the police? I mean, they could be tied. And he looks at Stanley like, my brother passed away, and he's hoarding parts.
She looks at Stanley.
Poor Stanley.
No, I don't think it's related. I don't think it's related at all.
But we should still call the police, right? I mean,
I don't think that would be a good idea. But if you want to, you can. Do you have it?
I don't know where it is. I saw it, but I don't remember what happened to it, and it's not there anymore. And
So, like, what would you tell the police then?
wait. So you found, Mom, you found, and at this point, Ronnie doesn't care. He's like, wait, Mom, you found a severed head in the house, and you lost it. Are you okay, Mom? And he like gets up and walks over there and like gets on his knees to like and grabs her hand. Are you okay?
I would like to roll psychology on myself.
Sure.
Yes, I am doing fine, dear. I know what I saw. I think maybe I don't know what happened to it. I think if we come across the head, we should decide what to do with it. But I'm kind of letting you know this in case you find a head while you're staying here. It's probably the head that I found in your brothers, or of your brothers. I mean, because like I did roll a failure. I mean, because after I saw the head, I saw him for a little bit, except where his organs were made of the vast expanse of the stars.
Dad?
Yes, son.
I think you need to come in here. I think we need to take care of Mom. She's having a hard time with David's passing.
Of course, of course.
Don't worry, Mom. Everything will be fine. I'll stick around. I'll stay here for a while, and we'll help out, and everything will be fine.
Maeve.
Hello, Maeve.
Yeah.
Welcome on in. Thank you for the sub.
I'm glad you'll stick around. That will be nice.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yep.
Thank you for the other sub.
Are you gonna slap your knee, Stanley?
Well,
Yeah.
I
Ronnie's
suppose.
like, Stanley, it's late and I kept you later and I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll walk you to the door.
Sure. Miss Wilcox, get some rest.
Thank you. Yeah. Rest will probably be good.
And like at the door, he'll come out and close the door behind him to say goodbye.
Oh, God.
To you. Be like, is my mom, did she see what she saw?
Um, well,
Like, you look like you knew something, but then she said some crazy shit right there.
well, your mama's been through a lot.
That's why I'm asking you, because you have been through stuff, but I don't think it's the same. And you seem to
I
know what's going
definitely
on.
didn't see.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry, you guys couldn't see that on the Zoom.
I'm just trying to figure out how much until I can get that hype train to pop to watch you eat hot chips at 9:45.
Oh God! It'll take one more person, a third person, to trigger it.
Hey,
Listen,
somebody do something.
I don't know what your mom saw. But you know, I've been investigating with David for a while, and we've seen some bad things, some wild things. I don't know if you'd believe me if I even told you.
And even if I don't, at least then there's two people saying crazy things, and I can be a little bit less worried about my mom.
Well, I don't even know where to start.
Severed heads that my mom might have seen.
Yeah. I think there was actually more than one. I don't know why David took those.
Okay. I'll keep my eye out for severed heads.
Yeah.
And there shouldn't be police involved because it's some of the weird shit that you guys are into that the police didn't want to deal with.
Yeah, that was our first investigation together was when David got that. David,
anything else you got that might be weird or I should keep an eye out for and keep out of my parents' hands?
David, you have a dog?
It's their neighbor Pepe.
That wasn't a dog.
That's their neighbor Pepe. It's his dog.
There's so much. David was studying strange things. You saw what I saw with the top hat thing.
You mean that his little encrypted notes or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. So get rid of that. Get rid of the severed heads. Anything else I need to get rid of?
Well, there's some people you should probably keep an eye on. There's a guy that owns an antique store in town. His name Wick. Don't stay away from him.
Okay. Guess I get to spend another 10 years cleaning up David's messes. Nothing new. All right.
I don't think he'll bother you. But you should just probably know.
Okay. So look for severed heads, get rid of those, get rid of anything dealing with that piece of paper he had.
Also, David has had run-ins with the Irish Mafia before.
Okay.
And so that is,
I guess some circles.
yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like I'm going to be staying in town for a while. So if you guys need anything, since it sounds like Mom and Dad are in on this thing, I'll probably be coming along. So I appreciate your honesty. Ronnie holds out his hand.
I take it.
And next time I'm in, I want to say Atlanta, but it's not Atlanta. It's
Atlantic City.
Atlantic City. Next time I'm in Atlantic City, I'll send some words. We'll get you that match.
See you around.
Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
I leave.
Ronnie goes back inside.
As quickly as possible.
If I can, if it's at all possible, while they're outside talking,
Yeah.
I'd like to escort Betsy up to bed to get ready for bed. But then my curiosity is piqued. I'm going to go into David's room and check in the closet.
Okay.
Is there a head in there?
So you first go in there, and you don't see anything at first. It just looks like an open space, but all of his stuff is still there besides what Betsy pulled out. And you're kind of just looking around. And you know how closets, like, they'll have the hanging spot with the clothes, and
Yep.
then there's a shelf up above. That's on either side of the closet. On the one to the left, you notice on the top shelf, and because you've never gone in here and looked,
Sure.
and there's like some books, and then there's like a mini, almost looks like kind of chemistry set, but like your son wasn't a chemist.
Right. Yeah.
And it kind of smells. And so, like, that's piquing your curiosity. So as you're kind of focused on that out of your peripheral vision, you kind of start to see the flicker of a light. And you see, as you turn, a candle turn on. And you look behind you, and on the other shelf is a severed head with 2 candles that are burning. The mouth open, eyes looking how I described them, like unfocused. And as you stare at it, you start to hear the same sound of music that you heard before at the funeral that was muffled.
Okay.
And that's where we'll end.
Yeah, and that sounds like a sanity check.
Yeah. And go ahead and roll that sanity check.
So how do you do that? You just click on sanity?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna just mark you down as like 1 point because you found the heads, regardless, that your son was keeping, or one of the heads. But you don't have to roll.
Okay.
So you keep your shit together for the moment.
So what do I do on my...
You drop your sanity by 1 point.
By 1
Okay.
point.
The first number in the sanity score.
Gotcha. Okay.
But we will pick up next time with William deciding what he's going to do with this head that he found.
Okay. Dun dun dun. The plot thickens. Well, for everybody who is still here, thank you guys so much for sticking around, hanging out for us during this game. We will be continuing this game down the road. We'll keep you guys posted on when that happens. Of course, next week there will be no tabletop role playing because there won't be any streams next week because I'll be out of town. So, with that being said, I want to say thank you to Death's Joker and thank you to Purpley Dove for the raids. You guys are amazing and awesome, and we loves you. Go in and make sure to check them out and give them follows. They're super cool people and lots of fun. And with that being said, we're going to raid on out to another friend of ours. We're going to raid on out to Mocha Noise. He is playing Marvel Rivals, which I think I'm going to be playing tomorrow on stream. I'll be on at about either 10 a.m. or noon. I'll be doing Marvel Rivals tomorrow because I said I was going to do that earlier this week and I didn't. So we're going to do that. So come on with us onto the raid. You can use my raid emotes, your raid emotes, somebody else's raid emotes. I don't care. Just make your name heard. Make your voice heard. Make some noise when we do that raid. So come along with us to the one, the only Mocha Noise. Thank you guys so much for being here. Take care. Good night. And we will see you tomorrow.